Hello and welcome to Season 4 of Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. The first 3 very chaotic seasons of Roll for Puppet are all linked in the description if you need to have a little catch up, but let's get started. First off, we're going to have to roll a d20 for our head shape. And we have rolled a 1 for our square head shape, so that's a nice, simple start to the season. I feel like episode 1, rolling a 1 straight off is a really good sign. But next, of course, we have to roll for our personality. So we have our chaos dice. On the left-hand side, we have our trusty chaos dice from season 3. And on the right-hand side, we have a brand new one with 6 new sides. Very exciting, but for today, just to ease us into it, we're going to go with our trusty season 3 chaos dice. And then we're going to alternate each week. So dice 1 this week, dice 2 next week. So our personality today for episode 1 of season 4 is From the Lore. Which basically means this puppet is going to be as mythical and magical and foresty as possible, basically, so that it looks like a character that comes from the Burrow Brownie Kingdom. The lore is definitely one of my favourite character types that we create. I just love the look of them and I love how much detail we can add. So let's get started. As you can see, we are cutting out the reticulated foam pattern on our trusty bandsaw. All hail the bandsaw. Gluing the pattern together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, which is looking delicious today. And then pressing all of that together once the glue is dry to form our head shape. The S for sexy is back on the mouth plate, which we're going to glue together with the black fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, which is all going to be glued into the head. Here is the little working mouth plate. And it all gets glued into the puppet's head, moving on to our next section, which is the foam hands. So we're going to glue in the wire posable armature into the puppet's hand so that it can be movable, it can hold things, it can point certain fingers up. We find that to be really helpful and really expressive with the puppets. Glue in the arm rod pockets, glue them all together, and now we need to roll for our colours. First of all, for the amount of colours on this puppet, and we have 1 for monochrome, so another 1 for episode 1. That's surely a good sign. That one colour is 6 for brown, which is just so perfect for a mythical forest-dwelling creature from the Burrow Brownie Kingdom. Is it not? Is that not just the perfect colour scheme? All brown? And the double 1s right off the bat for episode 1 was weird, no? Or do I read too much into that? 2 things can be true. So we have this really beautiful sandy, light beige brown F3 fleece that we're going to use for half of the puppet, and then we have this kind of cool toned, really fluffy, thick, luxurious brown fur that we're going to use for other parts of the puppet. Don't worry, if the video is going too fast, we have a second version to this video that is much slower, without the fast voiceover, without the fast cuts, if you wanted to watch it in a more slowed down, calm, crafty way. If you'd like to follow along, perhaps, if you'd like to learn more about the details of puppet making, there is a longer, more than double the length of this video version, and I will link it in the description. We wanted the face to be half fleece and half fur to kind of give it the look of having this really shaggy hairstyle. So I'm just sewing the fleece together on the puppet's head, and then we're going to add this little wig of the really fluffy brown fur, and this colour scheme is just beautiful together. Our inspiration for the character so far is kind of like King of the Forest. We want him to look very much like he lives in a bush. Not in a scruffy way, just in a magical creature sort of way, as though he is just king of the forest. He's in charge. He is regal, but he's very natural, and that's kind of what we're going for so far. So we wanted the body to be the fluffy brown fur, so we're just sewing that together, gluing it in place. We wanted the hands to be the nice pale fleece, and then sew them together with these big, bushy, fluffy arms, and I just think this is so cute. Absolutely loving this character so far. So once the arms are dull jointed onto the body, we're going to be ready for our fabric reveal. Here is our monochrome square head mythical creature so far, but now of course we need to roll for our eyes. So here we go with our d6, and we have 6 for odd eyes. So far we have had 1, 1, 6, 6. Is that not... Are we not seeing the signs? So for the odd eyes, we decided to go for odd-sized eyes. We'll bring in odd-sized pupils and odd-sized eyelids as well, but we wanted to spray these and epoxy in a mount so that we can attach them to the puppet's head. We wanted them to be big, well, one of them to be big, but glossy, white, really expressive eyes that we can add a lot of expression to later on. Once they're dry, because that was a whole, like that would have taken a long time and we didn't want you to literally sit here and watch paint dry, we're going to attach them to the puppet. And they definitely, do they not look in charge of the forest to you? Are you gonna, I'm not gonna disobey him in the forest. Once they're in place and we found the right positioning for the pupils, I've attached a large pupil on the smaller eye and a tiny pupil on the big eye, which just makes for this really fun expression. And then we're gonna go around and measure exactly where we would like these brown fleecy eyelids to go. Going with a slightly darker and warmer toned brown fleece, and then just for a little bit of extra definition and expression, we're going to line that eyelid with some black foam sheet. Like he's got eyeliner on, like he, you know, is in charge of the forest. So now we need 4 D20s for our features, and we have 3 for horns, 9 for clothing, 11 for nails, and 20 for dealer's choice. Okay. Episode 1 and the dice trust us already with a dealer's choice. Okay, I don't know who's keeping count, but the signs are all looking good already. I'm having a great time. First off, a dark brown fleecy puppet tongue, the same colour as the eyelids, because every puppet needs a tongue. That's not being left up to fate. And then moving on to our horns, we definitely wanted to add some definition and some shading and some colour with our airbrush. And we're going with these really big, dramatic, curly animal style horns. We're adding the same colour of shading to a little set of nails that we're going to add to the puppet's fingers. Screw those horns in place and that just looks so mythical and fun. But as we mentioned, he does reside mainly in a bush, so we're going to add lots of greenery and moss to the horns as well to kind of just bring out more of that. We want it to look like plants are literally living on him, so we're adding the painted claws to the tips of each finger and adding some moss as well. At the moment, if you've been watching Roll for Puppet on TikTok, you know that I can't stop adding freckles to any puppet. I'm in a real freckle stage. And I definitely felt like it needed a little bit more colour and depth on the face of the puppet. Once that's added, for our clothes, we're going to make him a little mythical cloak out of this really beautiful beige quilted material. First of all, cutting it to shape, ironing it, sewing it, and then we wanted a little fur trim because you've got to remember, he is the king. So we're going to sew that lining of fur onto it, and then we're going to measure it just one more time before we attach it to the body. I wanted this really fun, kind of magical looking brown and red, really beautiful deep adornment, and we added that as kind of the buttons. Now for some extra features, because I don't know if I mentioned this, he is the king. He definitely needs a very natural looking crown, and we added some little decorative acorns around, just a few more features, anything to make him look really regal and just finished. We wanted that final little thing, and here we have the completed first puppet of season 4, the first puppet here on YouTube. I absolutely loved bringing them to life, and this is definitely the kind of puppet that only the dice can create, but they also trusted us a lot in this episode. So that bodes well for the rest of the season. I am so excited to hear what you think about this puppet. Obviously, he is the king of the forest, he is mythical, he is monochrome, and he looks very beautiful. So hopefully you enjoyed getting to watch the entire build process of this puppet coming to life. There was a lot of fun and a lot of chaos with the dice, so let me know what you think in the comments down below, and don't forget, if you wanted a more sort of descriptive, in-depth, relaxed, crafty version of this video, then there is an extended director's cut, I suppose, without the annoying voiceover, linked in the description. And of course, we will see you very soon for another episode of Roll for Puppet here on YouTube. And of course, if you loved this video and you would like to support the show, we couldn't keep going without the support of our wonderful community over on Patreon. You can head over there, there's lots of fun perks, a Discord server, discount codes, pins of the month, a book club, so much, and we will see you very soon. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. Thank you so much to everyone who watched and enjoyed episode 1. It meant so much to us. Here we are back with episode 2, and just get ready because this one's a little unhinged. And just a quick little update to say that King of DeForest from episode 1 has already found his new home, so thank you so much to the person that adopted him. But let's get started today by rolling a d20 for our head shape, and we have a 3 for our bimble head shape. Very underrated head shape in my opinion. And now let's roll our chaos dice to find out what kind of personality our bimble is going to have. And this is the first roll of our brand new 6-sided chaos dice, and we have rolled underground. So we have never rolled this before. It is a very exciting brand new prompt. We're thinking cave vibes, underground, dark, dank, a little bit creepy, a little bit unhinged creature vibes. And that is so exciting because if you know anything about Roll for Puppet and me, you know I love it when it looks like things are just growing off of a creature, growing out of a creature, and they look very natural. That's why lore is always one of my favourite characteristics, because they can just look like nature is growing off the puppet itself, and that has to be one of my favourite things ever to create. So let's make our first ever underground puppet. And I would say just prepare yourself, because I kind of went all out for this underground puppet. I was so excited, and it gets creepy. And that's okay. That's part of why we love Roll for Puppet so much, the pure randomness that the dice can give us. And not every puppet is going to be cuteness overload, so I completely understand if you're someone that doesn't enjoy the creepier side of puppet making. But if you are, then this video, just buckle up, this video's for you. So, as you've already seen, we got started by cutting out the reticulated foam pattern on our beloved bandsaw. All hail the bandsaw. We have our S for Sexy on the mouth plate. It's all glued together with our contact adhesive, our forbidden honey sandwich. The mouth plate and the black fleece is all glued in with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, and we're going to be ready for our foam reveal. And of course you're thinking, at this stage, it's a bimble. How creepy can it get? How realistic and unhinged and cave dweller can it get? Well, it does. Okay, it does, and I am in love with this puppet. I really hope you are too. The really fun thing about the way that we mounted the mouth plate is that it can be an overbite or an underbite. We've left it really nice and loose, so you're not really going to be restricted with the expression, and you're going to be able to move it around a lot. And yes, we just wanted it to have an overbite. You'll see why later. So we're just getting all of the wire armatures sewn up and glued into the hands with the arm rod pockets. Spray glue them all together, and we're going to be ready to move on to our colour scheme. First of all, we need to roll for the amount of colours on this puppet, and we have a 3. Now I will note, I want you to notice that is 2 3s in a row. 3 for the head shape, 3 for the colours, and then we rolled the 3 colours, and we have 3, 5, and 8 for green, yellow, and pink. That's 3 3s in a row. 3 for bimble, 3 for colours, and 3 for green. If you're someone that enjoys patterns and numbers and signs, then this episode is definitely for you as well, and I'm one of those people. So, green, yellow, and pink all together. So we found this really beautiful combination of bright yellow, kind of dusky pink, and then this dark forest green fleece. And we're going to use the green for the hands of the puppet and the face of the puppet, and then we want the thick, fluffy, luxurious pink fur to be most of the body, and then kind of like a lion's mane coming back from half of the face. You'll see it all in a minute. And then the bright yellow are going to be pops of colour throughout the puppet and in the features. So once the green is all sewn together for the hands, I'm just going to trim them, turn them inside out, and put in the foam and wire hands that we created earlier. And the armatures that we have encased in the foam will just mean that the puppet can hold certain things like props, it can articulate itself, it can point. It's just really helpful to have the hands have those armatures inside them. So then I'm going to sew up the arm rod pockets, and then we're going to move on to cutting the fleece for the puppet's face. So again, in the same dark green fleece, and I feel like this green is just so natural and kind of mossy and foresty. And it's not super bright, and so it's going to help to just bring the general tone of the puppet down with the pink and the yellow. We're trusting the dice, they know what they're doing with this colour scheme, so we're going to sew up the seams on the puppet's face. And we're using the F3 puppet fleece, which we've been raving about for years now, and we get it in white in bulk, and then we dye it individually. to meet the needs of each project that we have. So every single piece of fleece that you see here on Furry Fingers, Roll for Puppet, is dyed by hand just to make sure that we get the exact colours that we want perfectly. A little bit of a behind the scenes fun fact for you there, in case you didn't know, every single piece of fleece is dyed by hand. Once the green is sewn up and the seams have disappeared beautifully, because the F3 fleece is perfect to make these puppets, we're going to move on to our nice, dusky, fluffy, thick pink fur. And as we said, we wanted it to come back almost like a lion's mane, so big and bushy, because we want this puppet to be very expressive, very unhinged, very cave dweller. And contrasting with the green, it is just like this big explosion of pink. The colours look beautiful together. Here is my dog forcing herself to fit into a tiny little cat bed, even though she has a bed dog-sized. She still insists on squeezing herself into the cat bed. Tell me about that. Anyway, once the fur is all in place for the puppet's head, we're going to sew up the seams, and then we're going to have the same fabric on the body. So I'm just cutting out the pieces before we sew that on the sewing machine. But then we wanted to bring in some bright pops of yellow, so we're actually going to cut out some spots on the puppet's body, and this will all start to make sense later. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. So we're going to cut out some really abstract fun shapes, and then we're going to layer over the yellow and hand sew the seams together, so it almost looks like there's just these patches of yellow fur growing on the puppet's body, almost like lichen or coral or some damp growth. The way I'm describing it sounds so disgusting, but it looks beautiful. I just said damp growth in relation to a puppet that I'm proud of making, and I don't even know why you're listening to this voiceover, because that's disgusting. Now, we did immediately regret doing this because it took so long to sew those yellow patches into the fur, but now they're done, and the arms are dull jointed onto the puppet's body. We're ready for our colourful reveal, and now of course we need some eyes on this puppet. So we're going to roll a d6 for our type of eyes, and you'd never guess it, we've rolled a 3 for cab eyes. Yes, we rolled a 3. That is our 4th 3 in one episode. Our 4th 3, ladies and gentlemen. But because we rolled cabs, it means we need a d20 for our cab iris colour, and we have a 14 for volcano. If it had been another 3, I would have screamed. But it wasn't, it was a 14 for volcano, and this is the perfect iris colour for this puppet. It has yellow, green, and purple in it. It matches perfectly with the fabric colours we already have on this puppet, so the dice gods are smiling on us. I'm feeling very, very blessed and very trusted by these dice gods. Thank you so much. Once the irises are in place, I'm finding the right positioning for our cab eyes on the puppet's head, and I'm always amazed at how different the character looks with just a small change in the expression. We decided to go quite low and quite wide with the puppet eyes. It was almost giving axolotl vibes. Very, very cute, but very cave dweller vibes. Now we need our 4 d20s for our features, and we have 1 for teefies, 2 12s for double spots, and 18 for prop. Now, I want to formally apologise in advance for what we are about to do, but I was so excited when we rolled teefies on this puppet, especially a cave dweller puppet. So first of all, we have this crimson red dyed foam. We actually dyed this for a custom project, and we had a little bit left over, and we thought this would look perfect as a gum, as like a bright red foam base, so that we could add in these realistic resin teeth. So normally for 90% of our puppets, we will go with kind of a cartoony, cute, 3D printed teeth vibe. But for an unhinged cave dweller, I've been so excited to have an excuse to use these realistic, human, creepy looking teeth. And this was definitely the puppet for that. So once those are in place along this really fun block of foam gum that we created, we sewed up a bright yellow fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then for some fun, colourful cave additions, we have this like rubbery, almost, again, coral-like material. It's like a moss. It's like something you would find in the depths of a dank, creepy cave. And we're going to glue that onto the puppet's head to almost look like it's sprouting out of the fur. And then for the body, we have this really fun bright pink and green foliage, and we almost want it to look like it is growing out of the puppet, dripping off the puppet, and just an extra little something. to add some more dimension and extra colour to the body. Now we're going to create a little template of different sized spots because we're going to spray some airbrush definition onto the puppet's face and chin. First of all, we wanted some shading and some definition and some shadow underneath the puppet's eyes in a really dark green, and then we're going to go around with our stencil and add lots of dark green spots in different sizes all across the puppet's face. The definition and the shading is just so fun and it adds a lot of depth to the puppet's face, and then we added some shading around the area where the fleece meets the fur on the forehead of the puppet to kind of blend all of that. And then for our prop, every cave dweller needs a little lantern. And we're going to be ready for our finished Bimble underground puppet reveal. And as a little special extra prop as well, we gave them a little fish that they've caught with their mouth, with their teethies. And here is our finished Roll for Puppet Season 4 Episode 2. And they're now going to spit their fish at you and laugh their head off because they found that absolutely hilarious. But here is the finished puppet. I love this colour scheme so much, and I was really excited to delve into sort of creepier, more realistic features with the resin teeth. And in case you couldn't tell, the second spots were the pops of yellow that are growing on the puppet's fur. That's why we added those sort of abstract spots in to the fabric earlier. So we have one 3D, one 2D version of the spots. And their little light up lantern prop is perhaps one of the cutest things I've ever seen. I really enjoyed bringing this puppet together, and of course, again, it's one of those creations that only the dice can help bring to life. And hopefully we did the selections justice as well. So thank you so much for watching. Let me know in the comments what name you would give them, what their detailed backstory is, why they're here, what do they want? And don't forget, if you would like to support the show and get these episodes early and ad-free, you can join our Patreon community. It would mean so much. There's lots of fun perks over there. Discount codes, Discord servers, a book club, pins of the month. And we'll see you very soon for another episode. So hello and welcome back to episode 3 of Roll for Puppet. Thank you so much to everyone that has been watching and enjoying the first 2 episodes. Episode 2 reached 1,000 views in only a few days, and I was absolutely blown away by that. So thank you, and let's get started with a brand new episode. First of all, this episode has been pre-ordered, so someone was feeling very brave and ready to trust the dice. So thank you so much to order 1960, and let's roll for your head shape. So we have a 7 for the spirit head shape, which is brand new for season 4. We have never shown this before. And then moving on to the personality roll, we're back to the OG dice because we're mixing up each week. And your puppet, your spirit head-shaped puppet, is going to be from outer space. And that is so exciting. We have not rolled from outer space in a really long time. And I'm also really excited to show you one of the brand new head shapes that we've developed for season 4. This is definitely one of my favorites that we've ever made. It's very soft and regal, and it would work perfectly with a mythical sort of foresty creature. I feel like it would go well for a character from the lore. But also, as a character from outer space, this head shape just screams like alien queen. Please tell me I'm not crazy. This head shape does scream alien queen. I feel like it'll be great for a lot of things. It's a very versatile head shape. I mean, any head shape can be anything. It could be a human, it could be an animal, but this puppet is going to be perfect with the outer space theme. So the dice know what they're doing, and let's get started. So of course we're going to cut out the reticulated foam for the first time with the spirit head shape, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, pressing the very complicated shape together. I would say this is the head shape that took the longest to perfect. Sometimes they just come together perfectly, and this one definitely took a lot of trial and error. I think we made many prototypes before we got one that we were happy with. We have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, of course, and as you can see, this mouth plate is very different than our standard puppets, which have more of a rounded shape. This is triangular, it's very angular, it's very narrow towards the front to kind of get that pointed shape on the front of the face, if that makes sense. So we're going to glue it together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, the black fleece for the inside of the mouth plate, and that's all going to get glued together into the puppet's head, and we're going to be ready. Once we add the little cheeks, we're going to be ready for our foam reveal. I am so excited to get to show you all that we've been working on. Roll for Puppet Season 4 definitely has taken months and months of work. So to be at the stage where we're getting to unveil all of the new fun things, hopefully you're as excited as we are. Here is the finished foam base. Now, doesn't that just look like an alien? Absolutely perfect for today's theme and really, really fun. Now, of course, for our colours, we have to roll for the amount of colours first, and we have 4, so maximum chaos, of course, and those 4 colours are... We have a 2 for black, 2 7s for double blue, and 12 for rainbow. So we need to re-roll one of those 7s because the dice asked for 4 different colours, and this time we have 11 for dealer's choice. So we have black, blue, rainbow, and dealer's choice. That is a very chaotic colour scheme, but I feel like anything goes with the outer space vibes. As many colours as possible will look perfect on this puppet. So for our dealer's choice, we have chosen red. So we have this black and red wispy, fluffy fur that we're going to use for the body, and the red stands out so brightly against the black that it almost looks neon, and I feel like this would be perfect for an alien. And then we have this bright, bold blue fleece. It's kind of like a turquoisey blue. And then we're going to be bringing in the rainbow and the multicolored fabrics later on. So we're going to get started with cutting out all of these materials. So for the black and red fur, I'm going to have that on the body and the arms of the puppet, and then the blue is going to be on the face, and of course the little fleecy hands. And once that's all cut out, we're going to sew it together on the sewing machine. And if you're someone that prefers a longer, more detailed, kind of descriptive, relaxing version of these crafty videos, then never fear, every single Roll for Puppet episode here on YouTube comes with a second extended cut without my annoying voiceover, and all of the crispy, crunchy ASMR foam cutting sewing sounds left in. And it's the kind of video that you can just throw on in the background or use as you craft. You can relax to, and I know that a lot of people have been really enjoying that, so that will be linked in the description if you wanted a longer, more detailed video that you could maybe make puppets alongside, or if you just wanted to see a little bit more of the detail that goes into making these puppets, then that video would be perfect for you. So now that all of the fur has been sewn up on the body and the arms, we're going to move on to creating the hands. So we're going to cut both sides out of the foam, and then we're going to add in the wire armatures so that the hands can be posable, and also the arm rod pocket so that it can be controlled with the arm rod. They all get glued together, and then we're going to cut out the fleece version of the hands and also sew that up on the sewing machine. In the meantime, I'm going to trim the fleece on the puppet's face just to make sure that it fits nice and tightly. And then I'm going to hand sew all of those seams together. And this is probably one of the jobs whilst making these puppets that takes the absolute longest, especially when the puppet's head is made of fleece, because you've got to be very careful and very precise, and you want to make sure that the seam is nice and flat and even. We use this F3 fleece, which is amazing at hiding the seams anyway, but still it's better safe than sorry, so just be as careful as possible. And just make sure that all of the cuts that you make before you start sewing are as straight as possible, because that will mean that the seam will be nice and tidy. Once the hands are sewn up on the sewing machine, we're going to sew them to the fluffy, furry arms, doll joint them onto the puppet's body. We have a little happy dance and our colourful reveal. It is absolutely giving like Invader Zim at the moment, which is perfect for, of course, this head shape. Now moving on to our eyes, we have a 4 for painted eyes. Now painted eyes can mean a lot of different things. We can use our standard cabochon eyes or dot eyes and spray them, but I have a perfect pair in mind as soon as we realised what this character was going to be. So this is a set of eyes which we painted, we added veins and detailing, and then we cast them. Now unfortunately the resin bubbled a little bit too much for what we were planning at the time, so we saved these eyes for something very, very special. And the bubbles, along with the glue along the side, it looks like galaxies and stars, and we knew that these eyes needed to be on a puppet somewhere. So these work absolutely perfectly as a pair of painted eyes for this alien creature. And if you look closely, you can see these little threads of red all throughout the eyes, which are the veins. And it just helps this puppet look even more wise and mysterious, but it's time to roll for our features. So we have 6, 7, 9, and 15 for eyelashes, eyebrows, clothing, and jewellery. very interesting picks for an alien puppet, but I'm sure the dice know what they're doing. So first of all, for the eyelashes, we wanted to do something very, very different. So we have these feathery, long tufts of fur that we're going to cut and then glue together and then glue behind the eyes of the puppet. So they are really long, really alien looking, really fluffy and expressive, and just the kind of eyelashes that an alien queen would have. Moving on to eyebrows. I did not include the about an hour struggle that we had to try and figure out how to put eyebrows on this puppet, but we decided an alien would more likely have sort of ridges or textured eyebrows sort of built into their skin, I suppose, rather than just sort of painted eyebrows put on top. We wanted this to look very alien, and so we had a lot of fun with very abnormal features today. So we're just going to go along and add some shading into those eyebrow ridges. It created a really fun expression, especially with the addition of the really fluffy long eyelashes as well. We have a bright red fleecy puppet tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. We're going to glue that into the mouth, and it's just a really lovely bright pop of colour against the turquoise fleece. And then we decided that the eyebrow ridges needed more definition and more shading, so we added in some sort of darker colours, blew out the lines a little bit just so that it looked nice and blended, but we wanted those really, really defined in the puppet's head. So we took that extra step to just add more shading and more definition. Now, for the clothing. An alien queen, of course, needs a robe, a cloak. And we have this beautiful, shiny, kind of multicolored green and gold fabric. Really luxurious, really shiny and beautiful. And so we're just going to cut that to the right shape. Again, this took us a lot longer than this video is showing because I'm having to try and cut it for the voiceover, but custom making tiny little clothes is time consuming. So once we'd ironed it and measured everything out and cut it, we're going to hem it, tidy everything up, and sew up the seams on the sewing machine. And we knew that we wanted this puppet to have a stiff, upright collar rather than just a hood for this cape. We wanted them to look like royalty, really regal and wise. And then we're going to add some of this fluffy, soft, multicolour pastel fur as our little rainbow touch, and we're going to add that as a trim to the top of the collar. This is definitely one of the more unique pieces of clothing that we've ever made for a puppet, but a character from outer space and a spirit head shape for the first time definitely deserved the extra effort. So we're just measuring out the right sizes for the cape, and then we're going to attach both of those together, and then as a little extra addition detailed piece of jewellery, we're going to have this really fun octopus charm to hold the cape together as a little fastener. And it's kind of giving Cthulhu, it's kind of giving cosmic horror, and perfect as our little outer space theme. So we're just going to sew that in place, secure it to the sides of the cape, and then as another piece of jewellery, we definitely wanted this kind of drop headpiece as part of their royal attire. So again, we're just sewing that in place, and then we're going to go and add a few more little jewels to the headpiece. And now we're going to be ready for our finished puppet reveal. Here they are in all of their outer space glory. We actually just loved this puppet so much. It was really fun not only to bring a brand new head shape to life for the first time, but also every single selection that the dice made were just perfect. The colour scheme, the features, all of the extra details. They are such a perfect little alien queen. I love them so much. I really hope you enjoyed getting to watch the entire build process. Thank you so much for watching. Name suggestions and detailed backstories in the comments below as always. Thank you so much, especially to all of our wonderful members over on our community on Patreon. We couldn't keep making this content without you, and it would mean so much if you would head over there, support the show, and we'll see you very soon for another episode. Bye! So hello and welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. We're back with episode 4. Thank you so much to everyone who has shown support and commented such lovely things on the last few episodes. We really hope you've been enjoying the season so far, and let's get on with episode 4, first of all by rolling for our head shape. So of course we need a d20, and today we have 17, which is another brand new head shape. This is going to be our Tegan head shape. So this is 2 weeks in a row where we're unveiling something new. Of course, we've got to go with our new Chaos dice because we're taking it week by week. Mixing it up, and today we have Retro, which is also a brand new Chaos personality. So that is very exciting. We get to unveil a brand new head shape and also a brand new personality today. So 2 weeks in a row of the dice showing you new stuff. This head shape is so new, it hasn't even been turned into a proper physical 3D printed pattern yet. We're still using the cardboard prototype. That shows you how new this is. We actually have not even made a physical full puppet out of this head before today, because we designed it specifically for Roll for Puppet Season 4, and so all we've done is kind of tested that it works, tested that it's structurally sound, but we haven't turned it into a puppet until today. So you're all used to seeing it by now, but we're going to cut out the reticulated foam pattern on our beloved bandsaw. All hail the bandsaw. We're going to glue it together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich. I did mean to wear my Forbidden Honey sandwich t-shirt in this episode, and I forgot. So please, someone remind me to wear it for next week's episode. Once all of that glue is applied, we're going to wait for it to dry and then press all of the foam together to form the head shape. Now, I cannot wait to show you this head shape. It is so fun. It is going to look like such a specific character. Let me know if it reminds you of anything in the comments. But here is our first ever Tegan head shape on camera. And of course, we're going to glue in the mouth plate. Now at this stage we are desperately trying not to use up all of the glue because we didn't want to walk like half an hour to go buy more glue, so we were trying to make it last. But as you can see, the container is dangerously empty and we still have quite a lot of puppet to go. So pause this video right now and place your bets. Do we make it through without having to buy more glue? I'm serious, pause it right now and place your bets. You can even hear the container like making those squeaky, windy, empty noises where it just has nothing left to give. We're going to try and make it through. Once the mouth plate is in, you're starting to get a real kind of indication of what this head shape looks like. It is so fun. And this head shape mixed with the retro personality is definitely giving us human character, and we haven't made a human character here on YouTube yet. They've all been very creaturey, very mythical, so retro is a really fun prompt. Oh, spoiler alert, we had to go and walk and buy more glue. We didn't quite make it through the whole puppet, but there we go. We have a nice stock of glue for the following week. Now, of course, we need some colours on our puppet, first of all, for the amount of colours, and we've rolled 2. And those 2 colours are 1 and 8, which is going to be for red and pink. Both really bright colours that I think will work well with the retro theme. And since we're going along with more of a humanoid character, I think we're going to go for pink as most of the puppet for like skin, and then the red is going to be a fiery head of hair. I think this character is going to be so much fun, and it was kind of giving me like 80s busy crazy businessman vibes. Like, he works in the stock market, he's working 24 hours a day, he has a phone glued to his hand. Don't worry, it's all going to make sense as we go through the episode. So we're going to just kind of loosely attach that fleece to the foam before we go in and hand sew all of the seams. We're going to use the same pink fur to cut out for the hands and the arms of the puppet as well as the body. Now, because again this is the first time we've made this puppet to completion, it took a little while to work out exactly how to lay the fabric, because some head patterns we cut out in several pieces and then sew them together on the sewing machine, some are hand sewn, and some are sort of stretched around and glued around the mouth. So this took a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of R&D and prototyping, but we got there in the end, managing to make only one seam on the front of the head, which was down by the chin, and I think that was an achievement. Although the F3 fleece hides seams beautifully, it's just always better to try and avoid seams on the front of the face wherever you can. So I think this worked out pretty well, and they're looking so cute so far. But he's not meant to be cute, he's meant to be busy and serious, so we'll get there, don't worry. I'm just sewing up the seam on the back of the head, which thankfully isn't in so much of a prominent position, and also sewing up the hands and the arms with the arm rod pockets. You don't want to see this, I've sped it up, and then we're going to move on to the hair. So again, I mentioned this fiery red hair. I feel like pink and red together are really fun for a retro color scheme. They're both really bright. And we want the hair moving back from the forehead rather than sort of flopping down onto the puppet's face. We want it like very slicked back, very serious, very professional vibes for a businessman at work. The bright fiery red is such a fun colour. And it kind of looks, if you're not taking things too literally, it kind of looks like his head is on fire, which gives me very stressed out, strung out businessman vibes. So once that's kind of loosely glued in place, I'm going to go around and sew all of the seams together just to blend it nicely. And that always helps to make it look like the hair is growing physically out of the puppet's head rather than just kind of placed on top. The arms are attached to the body and we're going to be ready to roll for our eyes. So we have a 1, which is going to be for bug eyes. This is another new introduction to season 4. And I feel like the eyes are the one addition to a puppet that can have a lot of different interpretations. So painted can mean a lot of different things, odd can mean a lot of different things. But with the bug eyes this season, we really wanted it to be obviously made from these big, huge, bulbous plastic eyes, but each time we're going to do something a little bit differently with them. But I always want them to look very textured and have a sort of a depth to them that the other eyes can't have. So this one we decided to spray a couple of layers of red on the inside to go with the color scheme and also the tired businessman vibes, but it has kind of like a splattered blood effect, so it makes him look like he's very tired. And then we sprayed some white behind that for some extra depth and to also brighten them up a little bit. Now to roll for our features, we have 2, 8, 13 and 17, which is going to be ears, nose, eye bags and tattoo. The eye bags is just such a perfect role for this puppet. Thank you, dice gods. I want him to look even more tired and stressed out if that's possible. So we're going to attach these big, heavy, red fleece bags to the bottom of the puppet's eyes, glue them in place. I absolutely love this colour scheme. The red and the pink together is beautiful. For the nose, we wanted him to be very human, and so I've made this little button nose in a softer, lighter pink fleece fabric, which we're just going to glue in place. Bright red fleecy puppet tongue glued in because every puppet needs a tongue. And then once the glue is dry, I'm going to go around and sew and blend all of those seams between the nose and the face just so that everything is nice and secure. And just tidy looking in general. Moving on to our ears. This puppet was making me laugh so much. Every single expression, every time I was filming him or taking pictures of him, he just looked, I don't know how to describe it, but he was just very, very photogenic and he was making me laugh so much. So I could not stop documenting this puppet. Anyway, we have some fleecy, round, pink human style ears, which I'm just going to sew in place. They have a nice sewn line of definition going around the outside like a little earlobe. And then for the tattoo, we've actually been collecting these little embroidery patches to try and make them look like embroidered tattoos whenever the brief called for it. And we have this little $ tattoo, which is perfect because this puppet is all about the money, all about work. So we're just going to sew that in place. And then for a little added extra feature, we decided that they definitely needed a white shirt because they're at work. Buy, sell, trade. I don't know. I don't understand the stock market clearly, which is why I'm making these videos. But you get the vibe. And he has a little bow tie. We've rolled up his sleeves because he is just getting stuck into it. We're going to add some shading, some definition, and some shadows around the ears, the tongue, a little bit around the nose, and then definitely some dark shadows under the eyes because, of course, he's working late. And I always feel like a puppet just seems so much more completed when they have this extra layer of shadow. And then the perfect little 80s retro feature is going to be a little gold hoop. It's giving George Michael. I just love him. This is such a unique character, definitely. Unlike any we've ever created on this show certainly, but on all first 3 seasons of Roll for Puppet. And of course, as a final little feature, he does need his permanent accessory, his retro brick phone that he carries everywhere because he is never off the clock. He is such a little 80s businessman. This one was so fun. This character is so unique. I absolutely love them so much. They are so colourful and just so entertaining to look at. I really hope you enjoyed the whole process of them coming to life. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to give them a name and a very detailed backstory down in the comments. I feel like some of you are going to be much better at describing his entire personality. So don't forget to leave that down below. And he now joins the shelves of puppets waiting for adoption. He is there with episode 2. Don't forget, if you would like to take any of these puppets home, they'll always be linked in the description. And next week we have a very brave customer once again trusting us to bring their puppet to life. They've pre-bought a roll for puppet, so tune in for that. Thank you so much to all of our wonderful Patreon members. We couldn't keep making this content without you, and we'll see you next week. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature, and today we have a very exciting episode because this one's for you, Order 1972. You are leaving it all up to fate today, so thank you so much for trusting us, and let's get started. First of all, by rolling for your head shape with a d20, and we have a 5, which is going to be for our Owlgon head shape. Now this is a much loved and much used head shape on season 2 mainly of Roll for Puppet, but we haven't shown it here on YouTube yet, so that's very exciting. And then with our chaos dice for our personality roll, we have a Sleepy Owlgon. Sleepy is such a fun personality roll. There is so much you can do with it, and I just love the look of creatures who are just so tired and so sleepy and cozy. So we have a lot to be thankful for the dice already, and let's get started making your Sleepy Owlgon. So of course we're going to cut out our articulated foam pattern on our handy dandy trusty bandsaw, glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, and let's just appreciate how delicious the forbidden honey sandwich is looking today. Remember not to eat it though. Remember that. Like, it may look delicious and inviting, but it's not, it's poison. Once the glue is dry on the body shape that we've created here, we're going to press it all together to form the shape. And then moving on to cutting out the head shape. So this is quite a complicated head shape, there's a lot of different parts, but that is what makes it so fun. And of course, it wouldn't be an Owlgon without the iconic beak. So we're going to get all of that cut out and glued together exactly the same as we did with the body. And everyone, please remember to leave your kind, bountiful offerings for the new bandsaw in the comments, because we all remember what it was like to live without the bandsaw. Actually, if you've just found us from YouTube and you don't understand any of the context from the TikTok series, then you may not remember what it's like to live without the bandsaw, but it was dire times. But once all of that glue is dried, exactly like we did on the body, we're going to press it all together to form the right shape. We have our iconic Owlgon beak, and we're going to be ready to start making up our mouth plate. So we're going to have black fleece, our S for sexy on the wooden mouth plate. Sometimes these are 3D printed, it just depends on what we have in stock. Today we're working with a wooden mouth plate, and we're going to glue all of that together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches as the little hand straps. We always make sure these are fleece lined so that they're really nice and soft and comfortable for the user. And those are going to be glued together in the mouth plate into the puppet's head, and we're almost going to be ready for our full foam reveal. And with all of these puppets, we normally like to go with black fleece as the lining for the mouth plate because it's nice and neutral, it won't clash with any colours that we accidentally roll later on. But sometimes with a more specific colour scheme or with a build your own puppet, we can have red or pink or something that goes a little bit more with the colours. Speaking of colours, we need to roll for them. First of all, the amount of colours, and we have 2. Those 2 colours are 10 and 11 for orange and dealer's choice. Blessings from the dice gods today. It is always going to be such a good day when the dice trust you. So for this Owlgon with this bright kind of burnt orange fleece that we have, we're going to choose as our dealer's choice brown, which is going to allow us to use this feathery, wispy, very natural looking fur, and it's perfect for an owl creature. The brown and the orange together look so beautiful, and I feel like this specific fur is going to work perfectly for the kind of, well, I don't want to ruin it yet, but we're going to do something really fun with the arms and the hands of the owl, something we haven't shown before, and this fabric is just a really great choice for that. So once it's all sewn up on the body, we're going to move on to making the hands. So we're going to be basing them off our existing hand pattern, but we're going to be adapting it a lot. We're going to make them longer and fluffier and wispier, less rounded, less human-like. The foam structure on the inside with the armature wire is going to be the same, but then the long fluffy fingers are going to extend past that, and they're going to look like big, cute mitten wings. Very different than how we've done Owl Gone Wings before, and I feel like these will be easier to articulate. And it was just fun to design something a little bit new for this YouTube version of this puppet's head shape. So once those are sewn up strictly in the fluffy brown fleece, we're going to turn them inside out, which was a process. When you're working only with fur, everything is just very thick and harder to work with than fleece. But eventually we got them turned inside out, and just look at this movement. So fun and cuddly and perfect for a sleepy little owl. Now with the dark burnt orange fleece, we're going to have that for the beak of the puppet, and we're also going to use it for some features coming in later. Once we've got that glued in place and fitted perfectly for the beak, I'm going to hand sew the seams down the front of the puppet's face and also on the chin in the same orange fabric. Just make sure everything is pinned and very, very neat before I start sewing the seams. And look at this shape. This is such a fun head shape. We're going to move on to making this little custom puppet-sized wig. So we just make sure that it fits the head perfectly, trim it to the right shape, and then we're just going to do a little stitch. And look! It is a perfectly fitted puppet wig. Then we're going to attach the flappy, fluffy arms onto the puppet's body. We have a little happy dance and our colourful reveal. These two colours work perfectly together, and I love how the fabric on the puppet's face is coming down, helping to make them look sleepy. Now for our eye shape roll, we have a 5 for pro eyes, which again, I don't think we've shown on season 4 here on YouTube yet. So for a little bit of context, pro eyes are our range of eyes which are hand painted before being cast in resin. They look very realistic. They work great for humans or anytime you want a really realistic, slightly tired looking puppet. So that is a perfect roll for today. They can be kind of tricky to work with because once you've cast them, there's not much you can do with them. So they are very hit and miss. They're very expensive to create. So we're just going to find the right positioning for it. And then of course with a sleepy personality, we need to give them heavy, tired looking eyes. So we're just measuring out the same burnt orange fleece to give them a really heavy eyelid, gluing that in place, and then I wanted them as a little extra to have some fluttery eyelashes. I wanted them to look really fluffy and really cute, and eyelashes always help add a little bit extra to the puppet. So I'm going to have it going all the way along on the open pro eye side, and then we have a second resin eye which we're going to have completely closed or nearly 100% closed, and we have a strip of black foam just to accentuate the closed eye. Moving on to our features, we have 4, 9, 11 and 18, and that is going to be for airbrush, clothing, nails and prop. So that's going to be our features roll for today. First of all, we need to give them a fleecy puppet tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. That's just a standardized rule here at Roll for Puppet. Glue that in place, and then for the prop, we found this really cute mini puppet-sized notebook, and we decided that they were going to have a fluffy dream journal companion. This is such a sleepy, cuddly, cozy puppet, and they definitely write down all of their dreams every single night. And we decided to give it a little personality as well, so it's bright, fluffy, soft orange fur, but with a little pair of eyes. And the puppet is going to write down all of their dreams every single night. I think that is just the cutest, cuddliest little prop. It goes perfectly with a sleepy little guy. For the airbrush and for the nails, we're going to have some claws, which we're going to spray bright orange, and we're then going to add some definition along the eyelash and some shadows just generally around the tongue and anywhere where we needed a little bit of extra definition. Clock wipe everything dried. Once those are dry, so that they don't smudge, we're going to attach them to the ends of the wispy, fluffy puppet claws. And these are just such a lovely pop of colour at the end of the brown fur. And finally, as the piece of clothing, we have this really cute, silky, soft eye mask, because this puppet they can't decide if they're going to sleep or they're waking up. All they know is they are tired. And we have it just draped across the puppet's face. Don't worry, it's removable in case the owner doesn't want the eye mask, but we have it draped across the puppet's face. It is helping to block out the light because owls are nocturnal. They are super sleepy, they're saying goodbye to Alana, and they're getting ready to fly off to the little perch and sleep the rest of the day away. So thank you so much for watching. I really, really hope you enjoyed this episode of Roll for Puppet. Thank you so much for spending some time over here and hanging out with us on YouTube. If you would like to support the show and help us continue making these episodes, then you can become a Patreon member. You get these episodes early and ad-free, and you also get loads of fun perks like voting power, access to our Discord server, discount codes, pin of the month, book club. It would really mean so much. But don't forget to like this video, leave us a comment down below with this puppet's name and detailed backstory, and we will see you next week. So hello and welcome back to another episode of Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. I hope you've enjoyed the first 5 episodes of Roll for Puppet so far. We've had a lot of fun, but today we're going to get started with episode 6. As always, we're going to start off by rolling for our head shape with a d20, and we have 11 for the long snout head shape. So this one has not shown up yet in season 4. This is like such a throwback to season 1 vibes. And now let's find out what kind of puppet character personality we have with our chaos dice. And we have, it's a baby. I love that so much. And again, it's the first roll of that personality for season 4 so far. So that's always fun. The dice are trusting us today. And of course, a long snout mixed with the baby personality is giving me like baby dinosaur. That's immediately where my mind went with those 2 prompts together. So today we're going to be making a little baby dinosaur, and I just think that's going to be a lot of fun. If you're wondering what I'm talking about with the different seasons, I have now uploaded the first 3 seasons of Roll for Puppet as big compilations here on YouTube as well, because they started over on TikTok. And there's like hundreds of episodes, and there's like 20 hours worth of content. So I've uploaded them as big compilations, big long episodes that you can kind of sit down and work through at your own speed or fall asleep to. They're really nice and comforting. They're all linked in the description, or they should be like somewhere here on screen if I figure out how to do that. Go check those out after this episode, because it'll give you a little bit more context for season 4, or if you did watch all of it, just a nice little trip down memory lane as well. And that's definitely what I had as I was editing them all together. I had forgotten just how many different puppets we've created over the years. So check out those long compilations. Let me know what your favourite episode is, what your favourite character is. Some of them are just so unbelievably chaotic. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Episode 6, our baby dinosaur long snout. We're gluing all of the foam work together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. Once it's all dry, we're going to press it together to form the shape. And here we have our foam work. So here's the long snout head shape. For those of you that haven't seen it before, he's already giving really cute baby dinosaur vibes. And now we need to roll for our colours. First of all, for the amount of colours, and the dice says 1, so monochrome. That colour is again 11, double 11s this episode for dealer's choice. Thank you, oh wise and mighty dice, for trusting us. So I decided to go for this combination of like really nice warm kind of caramel brown fur with this beige brown fleece. We're getting prehistoric vibes, dinosaur vibes with these 2 colours. I think this warm brown fur is just so cozy and delicious looking. And the nice, soft, pale, kind of baby beige brown for the fleece on the belly is just adorable. I want to cuddle it. So we're going with monochrome brown for this episode, even with a little brown bead glued to the little belly to make a little belly button for the adorable, cute dinosaur baby. And I know the belly button won't be seen, but I still wanted it to be brown and monochrome to go with the puppet. This is our favourite way to add a little bit of definition to the belly at the moment. You just can't stop us from adding belly buttons to these puppets. I think it looks adorable, and we're going to add lots of definition later to make it really stand out. We have the brown caramel fur on the puppet's body, which we're going to sew together. And then once it's in place, we're going to trim back the fur to reveal that fleece underneath. The cuddly little soft belly patch. And then I'm just going to go in and sew around the edges between the fur and the fleece to blend those lines really nicely, make sure that everything looks nice and tidy and there's no harsh edges where you need to glue or anything. I prefer to hand sew them because it just looks much more natural. And then we're going to have the light brown fleece for the puppet's face as well. So we're just trimming that and marking it in place. We're going to glue it along the mouth plate. And then comes all of the proper fitting and trimming and hand sewing of the seams down the puppet's face. I'm just going to pin everything in place to make sure that it's nice and form-fitting and there's no sort of like saggy areas before I go in and hand sew it all up. Then we're going to have the same light fleece for the hands, the wrist, and a tiny bit of the forearm of the puppet. And then fur for the rest of the arm. So we're going to kind of have like half and half. And I always think this looks so cute and kind of like they're growing out of their fur. Maybe they're growing out of their feathers, and as they get older their skin gets less fluffy. I don't know. I always, whenever it's like baby or cuteness overload, I always like these features that kind of look like the puppet is in the middle of a growth spurt. Like some things are too big, some things are growing out, some things are too small. You know what I mean? So there is the half fleece, half fur arms, and it's also kind of giving like caveman, so that works well with the dinosaur theme. There's the really cute belly button that's poking through the fur. We have our little happy dance, and then we're going to roll for our eyes. So, first of all, we have 3 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for our iris colour. And we have 15 for forest, which is nice and natural, goes very nicely with the dinosaur theme that we have today. So this is one of the head shapes that definitely need the forward-facing eyes, just to help find the focus and to make it look like the puppet is looking forward rather than up in the air. Dark green, beautiful iris colour, and I feel like it goes really well. It's a nice pop of colour from the beiges and the browns that we have on the puppet. Really stands out nicely, so we're just going to find the right positioning for those, screw them in place, and finally we're going to roll for our features. So we have 3, 6, and double 18. So that's going to be for horns, lashes, and 2 props. The dice really wanted this puppet to be kitted out today. So to start off with our horns, we really wanted these curly, kind of mythical horns. They look very much like cute curly dinosaur horns, but we just wanted to spray them up to help blend them into the body nicely. So we sprayed them brown. We're going to let them dry to the side for a moment. To add the lashes, we definitely wanted to add some fleece eyelids to the puppet's eyes first of all, so we're just going to glue that in place. And then I wanted black, bold, spiky, cartoon style eyelashes, so they look really cute and just like a cartoon dinosaur. You know where I'm going with it. I feel like I'm over explaining myself, but I'm sorry, you can put me on mute if you want to. So we cut these out of black foam sheets, and they look really expressive, really bold, and they just make the eyes pop so much. It looks really nice and contrasted against the black and the white and the green of the irises. We also decided the puppet needed a little tuft of hair on the top of its head in the same warm caramel fur, and it just looks so cute. We made a little puppet-sized wig, which is always one of my favourite things. So we're just going to sew that to fit, and then sew it onto the puppet's head, blend the fur and the fleece really nicely again. And then moving on to attaching those horns now that they've dried, and just the gradient? What? Why have I lost the ability to speak? Graduated? You know what I'm trying to say. The colour looks lovely. Moving on to a little extra prop that we wanted to give them. We decided that they have a little dinosaur family heirloom necklace, and it's made of like teeth and beads, and I just thought that looked beautiful, really prehistoric. A little vintage dinosaur prop. So we're going to set that to the side, move on to adding some definition, some shading, and some colour. We have a little bit of shading around the belly, around the belly button. We're going to add some around the eyes and the base of the horns where it blends into the fleece on the puppet's head. Just anywhere where the puppet needed a little bit extra shading and colour. I always think this helps finish a puppet off so much. And now for one of our props, we designed and 3D printed this puppet-sized teething ring, but it's like a human's head because that's what a parent dinosaur would give their baby. It's of a human's head. That's so cute. And then its second prop is a little cuddly teddy bear that they carry around everywhere. Even once they tell everyone that they've grown out of it, they haven't. And of course, we have a little fleecy puppet tongue there in the mouth. I think we forgot to show that clip in the build, but every puppet needs a tongue, and it's just a lovely little pop of colour. And of course, there you can see a little bit better their dinosaur family heirloom necklace. This has been handed down from generations, and I just thought it was a nice little extra, and it adds a little cute touch to the puppet's body. So there we have it, our finished Roll for Puppet, episode 6. Thank you so much for sticking around. I really hope you enjoyed it. Let us know down in the comments what you would name this puppet and what their detailed backstory is. And of course, we will see you next week for a brand new episode of Roll for Puppet. This puppet is available for adoption as well if you would like to take him home. And we'll see you next week. Don't forget, if you would like to support the show and help us continue making this content, and if you want these episodes early and ad-free, you can join our Patreon. It's such a great little community, and there's lots of fun perks like access to a Discord server, a book club, pin of the month club, discount codes to our website, and much, much more. And we'll see you very, very soon. Don't forget to check out the Roll for Puppets seasons 1 to 3 compilation episodes. So hello and welcome back to another episode of Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. Today, this one is for you, order 1994. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to bring your puppet to life, and let's get started. As always, we're going to roll for our head shape first with a d20, and today we have an 11. Now, if you watched last week's episode, you'll recognize 11 as the long snout head shape. What are the odds that we're going to have the exact same head shape as last week, but now for our personality with our chaos dice, and we have, hopefully not It's a Baby again, we have Monster Eyes. So this is going to be a completely different character than last week, thankfully. So let's get started by, of course, cutting out our foam head shape with our reticulated foam. Part of me feels like this is the dice god's way of testing us, so it's going to give us the same head shape 2 weeks in a row and see how truly different we can make them. The dice are testing us, the dice are seeing what we're capable of, so we're going to go with it today, and we're going to cut out our long snout head shape. Last week's episode was just so cute and so kind of miniature, and all the proportions were adorable. This week, Monster Eyes is definitely a personality role where we can kind of let loose and anything goes, and it can be bold and scary and colourful and just a lot of different things. Monster Eyes can really mean anything, and so this week, let's see what we create. I don't want to give any spoilers. So we're gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing all of the foam together once the glue is dry to form the shape. We have the body there. And I know I've mentioned this several times, but in case you wanted a version of this episode without the fast-paced voiceover and you want to hear all of the crunchy, delicious ASMR building sounds, then we do upload a second version of every video a couple weeks later so that you've had a chance to watch the episode and you can just basically relax and watch all of the crafting without my potentially annoying commentary. But once we've glued in the mouth plate, we had our S for sexy on the mouth plate, glued it in with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and the black fleece. That all gets glued into the puppet's head, and we're going to be ready for our foam reveal. Now at this point they look very happy, very cute, and very similar to last week, but now of course we need to roll for our colours. First of all, the amount of colours on this puppet, hopefully not monochrome like last week, and we have 3. Those 3 colours are going to be 1, 7, and 10, which is going to be for red, blue, and orange. Now red, blue, and orange, those of course are all the colours of like fire and heat, which go perfectly with the monster that we have in mind. So that's what we're going to be channeling this week, like a hot blue, orange, and red flame. That's the vibe. And with a long snout, I'm sure some of you are already imagining what we could possibly do, but we're going to do something today that we've never done on a puppet before. I'm excited and nervous, so let's get started. So this is the colour palette that we're working with. So we're going to start by cutting out our hands in this deep blue fur. The camera settings are kind of a little bit all over the place. It wants to pull really warm and really orange, but this is quite a dark, cool-toned blue. But we're only going to have half of the arms in this, so we're going to have half of the arms in like a fluffy, deep red fur, and then it's going to go down to a naked part of the arm into the hand. So we're going to sew that up on the sewing machine. And then once that's all sewn up, we're going to obviously cut off the excess, turn it right side out, and put in the foam, posable hands, and sew up the arm rod pockets. Moving on to our fur section, so we're going to cut out this bright blood red fur, and it's going to be for the body, half of the arms, and then we're going to move on to some fleece for the face of the puppet, but just cutting this out. And again, you can't quite hear how crispy and delicious that cutting sound is, but we've got a new microphone. We're trying to make the sound as good as possible, so definitely watch the longer version of this episode. It'll be linked in the description as soon as it's live if you want to hear that. But then I'm just going to sew the fur onto the fleece for the arms. You can kind of see that they're half and half, and then we're going to work on gluing the fleece onto the puppet's face. That glue just looked edible then, it's very dangerous. And then once that's glued in place, I'm going to pin it all in the right position and trim off all of the excess so that I can sew up the seams on the puppet's face. I find the hand sewing the seams on the face very therapeutic. It can take a long time, obviously, but it just helps just dissolve all of those seams. It looks nothing like a machine sewn seam. Machine sewn seam. They just disappear. Look at that. Moving on to our eyes, we have a 4 for painted eyes. So this is definitely where we're going to be bringing in more of the blue. So we have these forward-facing dot eyes, and we're going to spray them up with the airbrush machine. Glue in these little black dots, and then we're going to find the right positioning for them on the puppet's face. And then once we've attached them, we want to bring in a little bit more of the orange with the expression. So we wanted kind of an unhinged, not quite angry, but a very strong expression. So we wanted one under eyelid and one over eye. So we wanted this very extreme expression, almost like they're straining, like they're working really hard. That will make more sense later. Moving on to our features, we have a 3, a 4, a 15, and a 20, and that's going to be for horns, airbrush, jewellery, and dealer's choice. The dice are trusting us again. But first off, of course, we need to do a blue fleecy puppet tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. We're going to sew that up and glue that into the mouth. Moving on to our first feature. So for the horns and a little bit of the airbrush as well, we wanted them graduated from deep red to a warm, more toned down orange. And just look at that fade, it is absolutely beautiful. And then a little bit of like a burnt orange fur around the base of the horns so that it blends nicely into the puppet's head. And it just looks like it is bursting out of the skin. Now for our dealer's choice, with this head shape, this much top jaw real estate, we could not leave out some teethies. Not only is it perfect with the monster theme we have today, but it's also perfect with this specific head shape. There's just so much space. It looks empty without the teeth sometimes. Now, to go with the character, we definitely wanted some flared deep nostrils, and we're going to add something very special into it. In a little bit, I'll show you, but for now we need to move on to our airbrush. So we're going to add some detailing and some shading around the eyes, the eye bags, the nostrils, the tongue, anywhere that needed a little finishing touch. Just deepening it up and almost putting in lots of shadows. Definitely in the nostrils as well. These flared nostrils look fantastic. And I cannot wait to show you what we're about to do with them. But once we've added some to the tongue, we're also going to airbrush and texture the teethies, just so that they're kind of like orangey brown, a little bit coloured, not stark white. Now, into the little nostrils, we actually sewed in a little line of... Wait a minute, I want you to see it first before I describe it. Wait. Pause the video right now and tell me what you think it is. Okay, pause. Tell me what you think it is. It's LED lights. This puppet has light up, flared, fiery nostrils. That is so fun, and it's something we've never ever done before. We've put LED lights in eyes before, but never nostrils. Finally, final feature, we have jewellery, and we have this little, like, forged hammer, like a blacksmith hammer. Almost like this was given to them by their master, who they work for, heating up all the metals with their nostrils. Please, again, if you find this too annoying, there is a non-voiceover version. But here we have our finished monsterized puppet. This one was so fun, such a creative test. We wanted to definitely go somewhere so different than last week, considering we had the same head shape. We wanted to show you guys something completely different and also test ourselves, and this one is just... ugh, I just love it. I really hope you love it too. Thank you Order1994 for trusting us and the dice. Please leave your name, suggestions, and detailed backstories down in the comments. I feel like there is a million things that this one could be. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you very soon for another episode of Roll for Puppet. If you can't tell, I had a lot of fun creating this one, and then even watching it back in this edit. I just think it's a really fun, really unique design. So let me know what you think, and don't forget, if you would like to support the show and help us keep making content like this for years to come, then you can join our Patreon community. It would really mean so much, and there's lots of fun perks in it for you as well. Discord server, discount codes, pin clubs, book clubs, early and ad-free episodes, and lots more. So head over there if you'd like to support the show, and we will see you next week. Bye! So welcome back to another episode of Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. Today we're back with episode 8 of season 4. I hope you've been enjoying all of the episodes thus far. And if you're looking for a little bit of context, the first 3 seasons of Roll for Puppet are now uploaded as full compilations, linked in the description below. But for now, let's get started by rolling for our head shapes. We have our D20 and we have a 12 for the Wilson head shape, which is a brand new head shape. Really excited to show you, but first of all we need our personality with our chaos dice. And we have rolled Dealer's Choice Personality. So the dice are trusting us today, and we're gonna go with Under the Sea vibes because that has not been rolled yet this season. So, brand new personality, brand new head shape. This is a very exciting episode. Starting off by cutting out our Wilson head shape foam pattern with our reticulated foam. Cutting it out on the lovely bandsaw, and there's some very exciting bandsaw related merch on its way. It was suggested by one of you, and I think it's probably some of the coolest merch ever, so look out for that. Once the whole pattern is cut out on the bandsaw, we're obviously going to glue it together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey sandwich. We were actually watching back the compilations of season 1 and just looking at the difference in even the speed of the way that we glue things, the way that we film things. A lot of our techniques have just developed and sped up a lot over the last couple of years because we have made like maybe 300 puppets in the time that we've been doing Roll for Puppet, and that is intense. So we have definitely sped up some of these processes. We have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, and you're going to get your first ever look at the Wilson head shape. And I just realized I misspoke. It's way more than that because we've also made at least 200 gerbils in that time, so it's closer to maybe 500 puppets. Anyway, here we have the Wilson head shape. It is really fun, really unique. It has these beautiful big smiley cheeks. Just such a fun, expressive head shape. So now, of course, we need some colours on our puppet. First of all, the amount of colours is going to be 3. So now we have to roll for those 3, and we have 1, 3, and 4, which is going to be for red, green, and white. That's the colours of the Welsh flag. I'm not saying anything, but thank you, dice. That's really cool. First off, we had to refill our armature wire pots, so we had to whiz up some wire, and I just thought it'd be cool for you to see a process that you don't normally get to see at all. So these are the bits that we pose into the hands that you normally see on a build. That is just how we create them. It takes a little bit of time before each build. And then, of course, we're going to glue them into place, and then spray those hands together. Whilst they dry, we're going to move on to the fabric stage. And the cool thing about these videos here on YouTube is we can show a little bit more of the process, and we can show some parts of it in more depth, because for the TikTok videos these have to be cut down so fast, and we can show such little of the build. So it's really cool that we can show you everything that goes, not quite everything, but most things that go into making these puppets. So moving on to the fabric stage, we want to definitely go with mostly green on the body, and then bring out the red and the white in the features and the eyes and things like that later on. But for our underwater creature, we want them to look like a creature from the depths. So they're going to be absolutely adorned, as you can imagine, in living, colourful textures later on. We want them to basically look like a reef come alive. So the green is going to be the nice base. So we have this lovely green fleece and then this kind of wispy, mossy green fur on the back of the puppet. We wanted it to have a belly button, but a little bit of a different belly button, and you will see why at the end. So normally we have a belly button that is kind of like a bead or a sewn piece that sticks out, so an outie, but we decided to go with an innie. And it is absolutely adorable. We added a little bit of shading and glued that belly button feature in. And it will all make sense later on, don't worry. So moving on to the arms, I'm going to have these furry, wispy, mossy green fur arm tubes. I'm going to cut out. And they're going to be sewn together with the hands later on. But then I'm just going to hand sew the seams on the puppet's face. Look at the shape! As soon as it has the fleece on it, the shape and the smile really comes to life. I just think this is such a cute head shape. So I'm going to sew up those seams, and this was a little bit of a tricky sew. The thread was twisting for some reason, so I was having to kind of put my finger in each seam as it went. It took a really long time, but we got there in the end, and then we're just finishing off the puppet's face by gluing on the chin sections and then sewing up the seams on either side. Don't worry, I'm not going to bore you with 4 hours worth of sewing, but you get the gist. Then we're going to have little green fleecy hands, which we're going to sew up on the sewing machine and then hand sew back onto the arm tubes. And these are just such cute little hands. So once they are cut out, turned inside out, I'm then going to stuff the posable foam armature hands inside. And we're just going to cut to that being done because that is a boring process, but once those are ready, we're going to sew them onto the arms. And then of course the arms are going to be ready to be doll jointed onto the puppet's body. We have our little happy dance and our colourful reveal so far. Base colourful reveal. The other colours are going to come out later. So now we need to roll for our eyes, and we have 6 for odd eyes. Now I know a lot of people hate the odd eyes. I personally love them because I love the chaos. So we have 1 cabochon eye, 1 dot eye, and they're different sizes and different heights as well. So it's going to make for a very unique expression. So I'm just finding the right positioning for them, cutting back the fleece and the foam to put the bolt through, screwing them into place. Moving on to a bright red pop of colour for the tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, so we're just going to sew up this little fleecy one. The green, the red and the white together that is an immaculate colour combination. The dice knew what they were doing. Look at this little guy. Such cute expressions. Oh my goodness. Now of course we need our features, so we have 2, 5, 12 and 19, and that is going to be for ears, hair, spots and doubling up on something. So first of all, we're going to get started with some expression for the eyes. We wanted a little bit more of a red pop of colour on the head. So we're just marking out where we want this bright red fleece to be for the eyelids. We're going to glue them in place and then screw those eyes back onto the puppet's head. Then moving on to the hair, we're going to have a little bit of an interesting combination for the hair. First off, a little mini green puppet wig in the same fur as the puppet's body and arms. And we're just going to sew that up to make sure that it fits, and then we're going to place that on the puppet's head while we work on their longer hair. This is so fun. So we have this really beautiful false kind of pond weed, seaweed. It looks like worm on a string if it was alive. This wonderful, beautiful textured material that the movement of it is just absolutely amazing. So we're going to attach that underneath the wig, and then we're going to sew the wig on top of that to just double secure it. And I absolutely love the way that this green material, I don't know what to keep calling it, but I love the way that it moves and the way that it falls. this creature has immediately become a sea creature. Now, as our first spots for the puppet, we have these red kind of mossy coral features that we're going to attach all over the puppet. So we're going to have some in the hair, we're going to have some on the hands, some on the body, and it's just going to look like these spots of moss or coral that are growing out of the puppet. We all know that I love when it looks like a puppet is growing something, some vegetation. This is just so fun, and I love the pops of red that it is kind of bringing out between the green. Now for the ears, we have these 3D printed coral ears. They're kind of like a mix between ears and horns, but these are the ears that this swampy deep sea creature would have, and they're just growing directly out of the puppet's head. And it's another lovely little pop of white. Now for our second spots, because we're doubling up on the spots, we have these little bubbles, these little glass bubbles. Oh my goodness, they are so cute and such an unexpected texture. We have definitely never added anything like this to a puppet before. We're gonna give them a little bubble belly button. That's what. So this kind of looks like the puppet has emerged from the sea, and all of these bubbles are just popping up all around them as they've come up for air. And there's just loads of sea bubbles covering the puppet. Look how adorable. The different textures and the different... Can you just tell that I adore this? This is such a fun added detail. The bubbles, the coral, the moss, the seaweed, all the details on this puppet are just really taking it to the next level. I love it so much. We're going to add a little bit of shading just around the eyelids of the puppet, a little bit of shadow just to deepen up their expression, and a little bit on the tongue as well. And we're going to be ready for our finished puppet reveal. This is the puppet from the deep. So they have emerged from the depths of the dark, cold sea. They are covered in seaweed and coral and moss and bubbles. They're bubbling. That is just so fun. Remember, there will always be a second version of every episode without my annoying voiceover. I hate having to listen to my own voice too, but here is the finished Season 4, Episode 8, Under the Sea Puppet. The colours are just perfect, and as you can tell, I had a lot of fun bringing this one to life. I love the details and the different textures. They are fluffy and scruffy and a little bit mischievous, but still really, really adorable. And I hope you love them. So as always, please leave a detailed backstory, overly detailed backstory and name in the comments down below. And thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this one. Don't forget, if you would like to support the show and help us keep making content like this, you can head over to our Patreon. There's lots of fun perks. You get access to a Discord server, you get discount codes to our websites, you get voting power, early and ad-free episodes, and pins of the month. Head over there and we'll see you very soon. So welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature, and today this one is for you, Order 1997. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you a randomized puppet, and let's get started. I cannot believe we are already 9 episodes in. Today I feel like it's going to be a chaotic one. So first off, let's roll for our head shape with a d20, and we have a 10 for the Snoop head shape. Brand new head shape reveal, but first of all we need to roll for our personality with our chaos dice, and we have From the Lore. You all know this is one of my favourite personalities of all time. I love making magical, mythical creatures. They are just so fun. And of course today we get to show you a brand new head shape as well. So this is the Snoop head shape, and I think after this we only have one more head shape reveal for the brand new head shapes for Season 4. We've seen Wilson, we've seen the Spirit, we're going to see the Snoop today, we've seen the Tegan. We only have the Wardle left, so let me know in the comments what your favourite head shape of Season 4 so far has been. Of course, we're going to get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. We're going to glue it all together with the delicious but highly poisonous forbidden honey sandwich. Press all of that foam together once the glue is dry to form the shape. And I'm really excited to see what you think of this new head shape. It is definitely very unique, and I'm excited to talk you through our thought process in the kind of character that we're going to bring to life, the kind of mythical lore character from this head shape. We had our S for sexy on the mouth plate there, which gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, with even more of the delicious looking contact adhesive. Forbidden honey sandwich t-shirts and enamel pins available from our website, of course, if you want to join the club. But here is the Snoop head shape, so it's giving very much like alien vibes, like Roger from American Dad, Xenomorph, or even like a baked bean. But now we need to roll for our colours. First of all, the amount. We're going to have 3 colours on this puppet, and then we're going to roll for those 3. We have a 4, an 11, and 12, which is for white, dealer's choice, and rainbow/multicoloured. And when I tell you you are not ready for the first selection, I mean it. It is probably one of my favourite fabrics I have ever purchased. It is just going to work so perfectly, and it is so unbelievably beautiful. So for the dealer's choice, we're going to go for this nice soft beige brown colour, and then for the multicoloured fabric, we have this very natural kind of jewel toned rainbow fur, and it just looks like an explosion of forest colours but also gemstones. I am obsessed with it. It just looks so shimmery and so beautiful, and the colours are just really rich. And it's also super fluffy and just perfect with a mythical vibe, I feel like. So we're going to start off with a mix of the nice soft natural brown. We're going to have the fleece on the head of the puppet, the belly, the arms, and then we're going to have the jewel toned fur kind of popping out across the back, and then using it later on for any hair that the puppet may have. And then we're going to focus all of our white for the colour scheme on the features. So once we roll for our eyes and our features later on, and anywhere else that we can bring in the colour white, we're going to leave that for the pops of colour for the features. So we're going to sew together all of the fleece that we can on the sewing machine before moving on to the hand sewn sections. So we're going to hand sew the fabric on the head, we're going to hand sew the arm rod pockets in the little hands. I always find it so satisfying as well when we turn the hands inside out and I get to like press the little fingers out. It looks super cute. But anyway, here's the head before I have pinned it and trimmed it and got ready for the hand sewn seams. And when I hand sew the fabric on the head, I always want to make sure that the seam is quite wide so I can really pull and stretch the fabric to fit the head shape exactly. So I'm just going to sew those together, sew on the chin section as well, and then the head is going to be ready. And then of course we're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body, a little bit of assembly. And here's just another fun angle of the head shape, but now of course we need to roll for our eyes. So with the D6 we have 4, which is going to be for painted eyes. Now, the dice are kind of directly contradicting me because I said I wanted to leave the eyes white. So for a compromise, we're going to airbrush the eyes, the bottom of the eyes, like a nice, warm, natural brown colour, and then we're going to have it fading up to the bright white on the top of the eyes. For the iris colour, I've gone with Jungle, which is a really nice multicoloured bright iris. Lots of green, yellow and red. I thought this would be a really nice pop of colour against the white and the brown. Look how beautiful, so I'm just going to find the right positioning for those and attach them. Then of course we need our features, so we have rolled 10, 12, 19 and 20, which is going to be for wings, spots, double up and dealer's choice. So I'm very thankful to the wise dice gods for giving me the dealer's choice. With spots as well, I feel like we've been given spots quite a lot in season 4 as well. Like, the dice are really pushing for spots. First of all, for our tongue, we're going to have a bright white tongue to stick with the colour scheme, and it's a nice pop of colour in the dark black mouth. Then for the dealer's choice, we definitely wanted a pair of mythical kind of antler style horns. So we designed that on some 3D printing software, 3D printed it in this bright white filament, and then we're going to do the same sort of airbrush style that we have on the eyes, just like a nice faded soft brown. Then for the double up, we're going to have a second pair of really cute white rounded horns, and we're going to again give it a little bit of texture and shading with some brown airbrush. Just make them look really natural. And then again we have this beautiful jewel toned multicolored fabric which we're going to have as a little bit of hair. So we're going to sew up a little puppet wig. I always love little puppet wigs. They just look so cute. So we're going to attach that to the puppet's head, and we're going to have a nice like little base for the horns to pop out of. And I am telling you now, if I could sing to save my life, if I could sing at all, I would sing about this fur. This multicolored fur is beyond beautiful. Once it's all in place on this beautiful puppet's head, we're going to go around and find the right attachments and the right positioning for our doubled up pair of horns. And they just look so beautiful and natural, and the colours are wonderful, and it's like a little mythical pixie creature. I love it so much. Now, for the spots, we definitely wanted them again to look very natural and very of the forest for this mythical little creature. So we had this idea of layering kind of leaf-shaped spots to look like the puppet was in like dappled shade, and the airbrush exploded. We were stressing out so badly at this point. But we managed to get it working again, and we layered a couple different colours of some different sized leaf shapes in the airbrush. So we had like a yellowy orange to a brown to a darker brown, and we really wanted this soft dappling effect. We got halfway through and the airbrush exploded again, and let me tell you, I was having such a hard time today. But this is the chaos, and this is what we signed up for with Roll for Puppet. Sometimes things are going to go wrong and we have to think on our feet. We got it to work in the end, but moving on to our next feature, which is a pair of beautiful green iridescent fairy wings. And we wanted this creature to definitely look very kind of mischievous pixie vibes, but living in the forest and just shaded by trees. So as a special little extra prop, we have this really beautiful little leaf and acorn satchel. There is no better prop for a mythical character, and we have it kind of across their body, but also tied to their arm like a little forest fairy warrior. And here is the finished puppet. So thank you so much again, Order 1997, for trusting us and the dice to bring your puppet to life. I really hope you love them, and the brand new Snoop head shape reveal. So let me know what your name suggestions and detailed backstories are in the comments down below. I would love to read them, and I'm sure the new owner would love to read them too. Thank you so much for watching. We really had a go of it today, but hopefully you enjoyed it, and hopefully we made it work. They are just so cute and so mythical and gorgeous. The dice knew what they were doing, and you all know I love mythical characters, so this one was so fun. Don't forget to join us next week for episode 10 of Roll for Puppet Season 4. Very exciting. And we will see you very soon. This little character can't wait to fly off to their new home. If you enjoy this content, please consider joining our Patreon community and helping support the show. It would mean so, so much. Plus, there's lots of fun perks over there, and we will see you very soon. So hello and welcome back to our 10th episode of Roll for Puppet Season 4. I really cannot believe we are already 10 episodes in over here on YouTube. If you've been watching the whole season, thank you so much. You all know by now, but it's the show where we let these dice design our next creature. And today is going to be a crazy one, so let's get started first of all by rolling for our head shape with a d20. And we have a 10 again for the Snoop head shape, so a repeat of last week. I feel like the dice, I've said this before, the dice are testing us when it does a repeat of last week, and it wants to see how, like, creatively different we can be 2 weeks in a row. But then it trusted us with our personality roll with the chaos dice of the dealer's choice. So we can choose any personality we want today for the Snoop head shape, and we're going to go with From Outer Space. Because honestly, that's the kind of character we had in mind when we designed the Snoop head shape. It was going to be like an alien. It's kind of giving xenomorph anyway, so let's go with an outer space Snoop for today. So we're going to get started by, of course, cutting out our reticulated foam pattern. Now, this little character, you may recognize him because he is trying to help as much as possible. He's an incredible hindrance, but he's trying to help because he's currently looking for a new home. So he is part of the giveaway that we've been running all week. And thank you so much to everyone who entered the competition and gave him a name. He cannot wait to be going home with one of you, and we'll be announcing the winner of the giveaway after this video. And honestly, I'll be happy to have him off my hands because he has been chaos all week in the workshop. And things got a little... Okay, enough of him. Put him to the side. We're going to continue on with our outer space Snoop head shapes. We're going to glue it all together with our delicious looking forbidden honey sandwich. Press that together once the glue is dry to form the shape. We have our S for sexy, or S for Snoop, I guess, today on the mouth plate. Glue that all together with the black fleecy mouth plate, the forbidden ice cream sandwich hand straps, all into the puppet's head, and we're going to be ready for our finished foam reveal. So here they are, and now of course we're going to need our colours. So first of all, for the amount of colours, and we have 2, nice and simple today, those 2 colours are going to be 9 and 10, which is going to be for purple and orange. Beautiful contrasting bright colours today. So we've got this neon orange fleece and this really deep rich purple fur. Perfect colour combination. I love these 2 together, especially for an alien creature. Really fun and unexpected. So we're going to get started by cutting out our fabric, gluing the fleece gluing the fleece to the puppet's face. So you can see where I got messed up there. Gluing it to the puppet's face in this kind of marked out section where we want the fleece to end and the fur to begin, and then we're going to have the fleece on the puppet's hands. Sew those together on the sewing machine before, of course, turning them inside out. And then they're going to be sewn together with the arm rod pockets that we put in the armature hands before. Now, I didn't actually show you the armature hands because we're running out of time a little bit today, but do let me know if you miss those sections or if you really don't mind them being left out. I don't want these to get too repetitive. Anyway, moving on to the kind of belly button curse that we're stuck in at the moment, but this is an alien, so of course it needed 2 belly buttons. I feel like it's from a planet that has 2 moons and therefore has 2 belly buttons. I thought that was really fun, but maybe I need to get out more. Moving on to this beautiful, deep, rich purple fur. I love this so much. It's one of the furs we have bought the most over the last 10 years or so. It's really great, such a nice colour and also really thick, and it works really well for so many things. So we're going to have that for the back of the puppet's body, the back of the puppet's head, and also the fluffy arms, which I'm going to then turn inside out and sew together with the orange hands. I don't think we've ever had a brighter fleece either. This dye turned out perfectly. It is like highlighter neon orange. It's so fun. Once those arms are doll jointed onto the puppet's body, we have our little happy dance and our colourful reveal before we need to roll for our eyes. And we have 1 for bug eyes. Now, in case you don't know what bug eyes are, they are these big clear plastic baubles which we're always going to spray up, but we always want them to have an extra little texture, whether that be veins or painting or just a layer of some different materials. So today we've gone with this glitter spray as a base. So once we add our dark layer of paint, we're going to have this kind of galaxy effect with this glitter, silver and black together. And it just looks like these eyes are a star full of skies, which is perfect. Not only did that rhyme, but it was perfect for an alien puppet. So once those are dry, we're going to epoxy them to these 3D printed backings that we created. Let that dry, and then I needed to find the right positioning for these eyes, and it was making me laugh a lot. But I chose kind of a lower positioning for the eyes so that there's still like a nice piece of real estate for the forehead above the eyes. And then once those are attached, we're going to move on to our features roll. So we have, come on, there we go, 2, 4, 9 and 11, which is going to be for ears, airbrush, clothing and nails. So first of all, starting with our ears, we wanted to do something very different. So we actually have these 3D printed, they're kind of meant to be horns. I'm not quite sure what they are, but they're a feature that we've had for a very long time and haven't had the perfect puppet to put them on. But they look like these little trumpets, and I thought they would be so cool for an alien's ear. But we're also going to spray them with the airbrush in a bright neon orange with a darker, slightly orangey brown color on the inside for a little bit of depth. Some nice shading in there. Once that is all dry, we're going to find the right positioning for them, just trumpeting out of this puppet's head. How fun are they? And again, the purple and orange are going so beautifully together here. At this point, we decided the eyes needed more definition and expression because the black was just a little bit too much without some extra fabric, I suppose. We've gone with this dark burnt orange fleece, and we have a very downturned, evil, grumpy expression. Because it was at this point we decided that this was an evil alien puppet. Now in the same burnt orange fleece, we're going to make a little fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and glue it in place. And then, moving on to the chaos and the fun, instead of the usual 3D printed puppet claws that we then glue on as nails, we decided this puppet should have these very futuristic, almost machinery looking metallic silver nail toppers. They're just so fun. They're like claws. They're like space fighting claws. So we gave them a handful of that. And then as the element of clothing, we have this really fun kind of ribbed metallic holographic looking material, and it's in these kind of segments, so we thought it would look really fun as like a metallic arm sleeve that bends almost like armor. And we have that on the opposite arm to the nails. So whilst we do a little bit of airbrushing, I'll just explain to you the character that we're going for. So we're adding lots of shading, definition, and just extra colour around the puppet. But for this puppet, we decided that they're going to have... They're looking for a battle, basically. So they have armour on one arm, and then their attack claws on the other. One side is their defence, one side is their attack. And we're going to be ready for our finished puppet reveal. Now we actually had to reveal them outside because they landed outside by a castle of all places. Now they did turn up hoping to find a battle and a war, but unfortunately they were about 200 years too late. I don't know what went on with the configuration of the spaceship, but they really missed out on the battle, and they're very disappointed because they wanted to claw someone's eyes out. But here we have our finished outer space orange and purple Snoop alien. They are absolutely so much fun, and hopefully you can tell from my voiceover how much fun it is to bring these completely random chaotic characters to life. So as always, leave your name and detailed backstory for this puppet down in the comments. I can't wait to read them. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, because there's new episodes of Roll for Puppet every single week. And keep an eye out for the announcement of the giveaway for this week's puppet, as well as next week's giveaway, because we have lots of exciting things coming. Head over to our Patreon if you would like to support the show. It would mean so much, plus there's lots of fun perks. You get access to a Discord server, you get these episodes a couple days early and ad-free, discount codes to our website, Pin of the Month Club, a book club. There's so much, so head over there if you enjoy this content, and we'll see you very soon. So hello and welcome back to another episode of Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. If you're watching this early on Patreon, hello and thank you so much for your support. If you're watching this on YouTube, why not head over to Patreon? You get these episodes a couple days early, and we're working on bringing them to you even earlier. But for now, let's get started by rolling for our head shape for the day, and we have a 2 for the pixie head shape, and I'm pretty sure if you have only seen us from season 4, you've never seen that head shape before, so that's very exciting. Now for our character and our personality with our chaos dice, and we have cuteness overload, which again I think is a brand new personality for this season, because we've had It's a Baby, we've had From the Lore, we've had Monster Eyes. I'm pretty sure we've had them all apart from cuteness overload, so let's get started. Now, the pixie head shape is definitely one of my favourite head shapes we ever created. It was one of the ones that we developed for season 2 of Roll for Puppet, when we really brought out more of the mythical characters. It has a really unique shape, really unique top lip, and the way that we put it together is very different as well, so it's just very exciting. You get a really cool expression. Once we cut out the reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our delicious forbidden honey sandwich. Once all of that glue is dry, we're going to press it all together to form the shape. And just let me know in the comments whether you have found us from season 4 here on YouTube, or whether you've been following us all the way back in 2023 from season 1 over on TikTok. And now we have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches before being glued in to the puppet's head. And if you haven't been following us since season 1, then you may not understand what any of these catchphrases and references are from. So if that is you and you're a little bit confused, I do actually have long compilations of the first 3 seasons of Roll for Puppet that I've made into 4, 5, 6 hour long videos that you can go and watch basically from the beginning and where all of this came from. But here is our pixie head. You can see that really unique shape, and now we're going to roll for our colours. First of all, the amount of colours, we have 2, and those 2 colours are 1 and 12, which is going to be for red and multicolour / rainbow. Now, we really wanted to go for a true pixie with this head shape. We've made it into different things before, like humans and dogs and things like that. But with the pixie and the cuteness overload, we wanted it to really look like a cute, smiley forest character, like a magical little creature. So I really wanted to be inspired by strawberries and mushrooms with this red. So instead of going for a really deep red, we dyed this kind of more strawberry, toned down pinky red, and I'm not sure if that always translates well on camera, but that is what it looks like to the human eye in the workshop. So that is going to be the base of the puppet, all of the skin. So we're going to have the body, the arms, and the face in this lovely kind of natural, I don't know how to describe it, organic red sounds strange, but you know what I'm trying to say. It is like a very cherry, tomato, strawberry, just beautiful red. I'm bad at describing colours, but once all of that is sewn up on the sewing machine, we're going to turn it all inside out. We're going to put in the articulated hands with the wire armatures inside, and then I'm going to pin and trim the fleece on the puppet's face to fit perfectly before I go in and hand sew the seams. And that was such a satisfying cut there, I just had to include that. So once I've sewn the seams up on the puppet's head, and they disappear beautifully because of this perfect F3 fleece, we're going to go ahead and double joint the arms onto the puppet's body. We're going to have a quick little happy dance, and we're going to be ready for our colourful reveal so far with the red, and we're going to bring in lots of the multicolour as we move forward with the features. But first, we need to roll for our eyes. So we have a D6, and we have a 6. Best possible result. Odd eyes. Now, we didn't want this video to be 6 hours long, so we didn't include the entire thought process. We tried about 10 different types of eyes. First of all, we were thinking about 2 different types of multicolored eyes. We have rainbow and unicorn here, but the 2 different sized irises were kind of giving more of a strained expression, a little bit of an unhinged expression. It looked like they were squinting. It looked a little bit more angry. So we decided to go with different colored irises, but with the same size pupil. And with the cuteness overload, we have one mint green and one really pale orchid purple, but just the same sized pupils really helped to keep this puppet's expression softer. And trust me, you did not want to see how many different pairs of eyes we went through. Moving on to our features, we have 1, 2, 3, and 16, which is going to be for Tiffy's ears, horns, and a mini-me, which is a very exciting feature roll. So starting off with the ear selection, so we definitely wanted these very big, exaggerated pixie/elf ears, and we really wanted them to be very oversized and very cute on this little pixie's head, so we're just making up a little template before cutting them out of foam, and then the same red fleece as well, which we're going to sew together. The foam is just going to help them be really squishy and cute, but also so that we can sew in some depth and definition into them on the sewing machine. This little pixie is already looking so cute, and I just cannot wait to show you the reveal. The pixie head shape is definitely top 5 head shapes of all time for me, which is really hard to decide on because we have so many, and I've made about a bajillion puppets at this point, but we're just going to sew in some definition to those big oversized red fleecy elf ears. Look at them! And then I'm going to pin them in place and hand sew them to the puppet's head. We wanted them pinned back, and they are just so cute. It's always really fun when a puppet comes together exactly how you saw it in your mind, and this is just, this is just a little red pixie to me. I think this is so fun. So I'm sewing that together. Once those seams are all sewn up, we're going to move on to the next feature, which is going to be this little multicolored rainbow puppet-sized wig. So we wanted them to look really cute, and we spent ages searching for a little puppet-sized wig, and we actually ended up finding this multicolored cat-sized wig, which we were very lucky to find, and these colours are absolutely beautiful. So we've just sewn that in place. The multicolored looks so cute! A little red fleecy puppet tongue glued in place, and now for our horns, we decided to have these really small, cute, rounded horns, which we're going to spray up in a faded cherry red colour as well. Going to add a little bit of definition and shading around the lines in the puppet's ears, as well as the tongue, just to add a little bit of depth and a little bit more colour. Once that's done, we're going to move on to giving them little freckles as well, which I think are absolutely adorable. The cuteness overload is definitely overloading, and I just wanted them to have little freckles on their cheeks in like this darker, deeper red colour, and I just think that is it just adds a little finishing touch, and I thought that was so cute. For a little pair of teethies, we decided to give them a pair of puppet fangs. Really mini little vampire teeth on the top jaw. Once those are glued in place, we're going to add on the horns now that the airbrush has dried. Screw those in place, and then for some finishing features, we definitely wanted them to look like they just are full of the magic of the forest. They are just casting spells, and they are adorned with the most beautiful things. So we have lots of different colours to bring out the multicolour effect. We have some flowers, some mushrooms, some ladybugs. And we've gone with the same colours that we have in the rainbow wig. So we have some blues, some pinks, some purples and some reds as well. And it just really helps finish off this puppet and just adds that extra magical touch. And if you've watched enough of these episodes by now, you know that I love a foresty texture like moss or flowers. We could say that the little ladybugs are their mini-me's, but we decided to give them something else, which is just absolutely adorable. We're going to be ready for our finished puppet reveal. In 3, 2, 1, here is our red and multicolored cuteness overload pixie with their tiny little pink fluffy friend. The cuteness overload vibes are just so intense on this one. I love the colours so much, and I love all the little added features we gave them. They are like a little vampire pixie that just lives to cast magical spells in the forest, and the little pink finger friend is their partner in crime. I love the mushrooms and the flowers. I love this head shape so much. So hopefully you enjoyed this episode as well. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. I cannot wait to hear what stories you come up with, because you're always way more creative than I am. Hopefully you enjoyed watching this character come to life. And this is the fun and the chaos that Roll for Puppet brings, is just every single character is so wildly different than the episode before it. I mean, last week we had this evil alien, and this week we have this just adorable flower covered pixie. If you would like to adopt them, they will be available on our store along with the previous episodes of Roll for Puppet who are still looking for their new homes. Head over to Patreon if you would like to support the show and get these episodes early, and we will see you next week for another episode of Roll for Puppet. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet Season 4 Episode 12, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. Thank you so much for those of you who have stuck around for all of Season 4 so far and have watched the new head shapes and all of the chaos. Today is going to be a really great episode, so let's get started by, of course, rolling for our head shape with a d20. And we have a 12, which is of course going to be for the Wilson head shape, which we have seen once this season so far. Moving on to our personality roll with our chaos dice, and today we have, and this is dice 2 by the way because we're alternating the dice each week, we've rolled a dealer's choice, which, thank you, the dice gods are trusting us. That is such an honour. So let's get started by making our Wilson head shape out of the reticulated foam. Our dealer's choice is going to be underground, because we've only been able to do that once this season so far. and I definitely feel like it needs a comeback. And let's all quickly thank and praise the bandsaw with a very special brand new piece of merch, our All Hail the Bandsaw enamel collectible puppet pin. This is the brand new pin of the month for our Patreon pin club, so if you haven't joined over there yet and you would like a chance to get free puppet pins every single month and also being able to vote on which ones we get, which ones we design, and you can see here 2 of our previous designs, the Forbidden Honey Sandwich pin and also the little fluffy Gerbil pin. All of our pins will be linked in the description of this video, and they are currently 2 for £10, so head over there if you would like to start your own little puppet pin collection. They're so cute. But once all of the reticulated foam is cut out on the bandsaw, all hail the bandsaw, we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey Sandwich, press it together once the glue is dry, and then of course we're going to have our S for Sexy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the black fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and it all gets glued together in one delicious go into the puppet's head. And the Wilson head shape is relatively new. We designed it for season 4 specifically, so you would have only seen it once, and we've only made it 3 times. So it can sometimes be a little bit tricky putting a brand new head shape together, but here it is. And now of course we need some colours, starting off by rolling for the amount of colours, and we have 1. So we're going for a monochrome puppet, and that colour is going to be a 7, which is blue. A monochrome blue Wilson. Underground. Not the first colour that screams underground to me. I was hoping for maybe like a green or a brown or even a red, but here we go. The dice know what they're doing. Do not question the dice. So we have this beautiful deep blue fluffy luxurious faux fur, which we're going to cut out for the body, and then a slightly different coloured blue fleece, which is going to be for the hands and also for the arms. We're just going to cut all of that out, sew it up on the sewing machine. And the fun challenge with a monochrome puppet is always just trying to get the colours right, because you don't want the whole puppet to look flat, so you don't want it all to be the same shade of blue, but you obviously want to keep within the colour scheme that the dice have given you, so it's nice to play with different shades and just different textures as well, so that the puppet still looks 3D and finished, but completely monochrome. And I know that especially from the first 3 seasons that people have watched on TikTok, they really, really seem to enjoy the monochrome puppets. It's a lot of people's favourites, so let's see how this one turns out. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and sew up these seams here on the puppet's head. Actually, I can't keep my mouth shut because I'm doing the voiceover, so once we're done with all of the hand sewn sections, we're going to be able to doll joint those arms onto the puppet's fluffy body. And the blues are very cool toned and hopefully are going to work really well with the underground theme. So we're going to have our happy dance and our full colourful reveal. Here is our blue puppet so far. Now of course we need to roll for our eyes, and we have a 3, which is for cab eyes, so we need to roll for our iris colour with a d20, and we have 9 for rust. So the dice said monochrome, actually, yeah, forget that. I want this really deep kind of red orange colour in the eyes. So we said, okay dice, we're going to glue those into some 45mm cabochon eyes. We wanted really bright eyes because this puppet has to be able to see underground. The orange and the blue do work really well together. I will give it to the dice. So we're just going to screw those in place once we've found the right positioning. This always looks really brutal, but I promise no puppets were harmed in the making of this video. Then with a really dark, rich midnight blue fleece, we're going to find the right positioning for some eyelids. Draw them in place, glue them, and we kind of have this grumpy, downturned expression, because although we didn't want them to be like a monster, we definitely wanted them to have a very grumpy personality. Moving on to our features, we have 9, 12, 15, and 19, which is going to be for clothing, spots, jewellery, and doubling something up. That is a very unique features roll. First of all, we're going to make a bright blue fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and we're going to glue that in place. Now, for the clothing, we really went a little bit wild here. So we're thinking like caveman vibes. And so we came up with this idea to have like a headdress made out of an animal pelt. So instead of like a normal hat or a normal like vest or something, we really wanted it to look very natural and like a cave-dwelling ancient man was adorning himself with something that he had caught. So instead of this being underground as in a creature, it's actually a human, but they are just adorned with the skin of a bear. So we made up this little custom headpiece with a foam base, and then we tailored this really warm fur to fit it. Just as a prototype initially, we shaved down a lot of where the snout of the animal would be, and we just made sure that it fit, and we made sure that it fit the personality before we moved on to making the official headpiece. The first one was just a prototype that we made out of scraps. It wouldn't have worked properly, so we needed one out of a nicer, more full piece of material. So we're just going to trim that to shape. We're going to glue it to the little foam cap that we made. We're going to roll over all of the edges, and we're going to make sure that it is shaved and shaped to look really natural, and then we're going to put a big animal nose on the end of it. This is really fun and just such a unique piece of puppet clothing. I don't think we've ever done anything like that before. So again, we're just kind of cutting it and trimming it to fit exactly on the puppet's head. And then we're going to go around and tack it in a few places. Now we're not going to glue it or do anything too permanent in case whoever adopts this puppet doesn't want the headpiece or wants them to wear another hat or something like that. And now for the spots, I've gone with the dark midnight blue fleece that we have on the eyelids. I've just cut some abstract shapes, pinned them in place, and then I'm going to hand sew the two pieces of fleece together to make sure they look nice and blended. And like they're growing out of the puppet skin, they live underground. So, you know, cave spots. Once those are sewn in place, we're going to move on to adding some shading and some definition. Adding airbrush to the puppets for season 4 has definitely been such a nice finishing touch. I sometimes feel that the puppets don't look finished at all anymore unless they've got that nice little airbrush shadow and depth that we can add. So we're going around underneath the eyes. This puppet lives underground, so they're very tired. Around the spots, around the tongue as well, and then we're going to move on to the jewellery. So we wanted very natural pieces, so this bracelet has stones and flowers and things that, you know, possibly a caveman could put together and adorn themselves with. And then we're going to double up on some jewellery because they of course need a bear tooth and skull necklace. That is what every cave dwelling blue man needs, of course. They looked too stark and clean and white though for a cave dwelling creature, so we've gone with some dry brush to add some colour and some definition to them. We wanted them to look a little bit more used and a little bit more textured and dingy. I just felt they looked too clean. But here we are, ready for our finished monochrome Wilson puppet. I say this every episode, but this is the joy of Roll for Puppet. This one is so different than anything we've created so far. It looks so different than the last Wilson we created, the last underground creature that we created. They are so unique. I love their expression. Their headpiece is just really, really fun. And of course, this puppet will be joining the ranks with the council members if you would like to adopt any of the puppets that have been created in season 4 so far. You can head over to our website. All the links will be in the description. But as always, please leave your name suggestions for this character and crazy detailed backstories in the comments. I cannot wait to read them. And thank you so much for watching this episode. I really hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to check out the rest of the episodes in season 4 so far, and do not forget to check out the Pin of the Month Club on our Patreon. And there's lots of fun tiers over there as well. You can support us from as little as $2 per month, and you get these episodes early and ad-free, as well as polls, discount codes, book clubs, Pin of the Month clubs, and lots more. And head over to our website if you would like to pick up your All Hail the Bandsaw pin to show your allegiance. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature, and today we're back with episode 13, and just prepare yourself because this one gets a little bit crazy. I don't know why, but I chose the path of most resistance for almost every single feature this episode, so enjoy. But let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with a d20. And we have an 8, which is going to be for the dino head shape. Now we need to roll for our personality with our chaos dice. We're back to the OG dice number 1 this episode. We alternate every single episode to make sure that there's lots of different possibilities. And we have from outer space. So like a space creature with a dino head. This is going to be a really interesting character. Let's get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the wise and holy bandsaw. All hail the bandsaw. Don't forget that you can get your very own All Hail the Bandsaw collectible enamel puppet pin. They are currently 2 for £10 on our website as well, or they're free if you sign up to the Pin Club of the Month on our Patreon. Once all of the foam is cut out, we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our Forbidden Honey Sandwich, which looks delicious, but it hurts us so. Therefore, it must remain forbidden forever. Press all of that together once the glue is dry to form the shape. And then, of course, we're going to have our S for sexy on the mouth plate. Any second now, I promise. S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and it all gets glued into the puppet's head. Ready for the foam reveal. So basically at this point we're kind of thinking of a space creature. Obviously the prompt from outer space can mean a lot of different things. It could mean an astronaut, it could mean some sort of monster, but we're kind of going with alien. And of course it will all depend on how the rest of the roles go. Now, me sat here doing this voiceover, I know what this puppet turns out like. And it is a puppet that only the dice could create, truly. And a puppet that only the dice could love. It is an abomination, I suppose you could say. Let's get started with our fabric by rolling for our colours. First of all, the amount of colours, we have 3. Now we're going to roll for those colours, and we have double 5s and a 7. Now that's not going to work because we needed 3 individual colours, so we're going to re-roll one of those 5s, and we have an 11. So that's going to be for yellow, blue, and dealer's choice. I always feel like yellow and green go really well together, especially these 2 shades, and especially for a spacey creature like an alien. Yellow, green, and blue, that's what we're going to get started with. So we're going to cut out the yellow for the body of the puppet and the fleecy arms and a little bit on the head, and then we're going to bring in the blue and the green in the features and the eyes and all of those sorts of colours. So we'll bring it all together in the end, but we're going to get started with this yellow fleece. It's really nice and bright, but it's still kind of a soft yellow. It's not like neon. More kind of creamy, like toned down, a little bit softer. Do you know what I'm saying? Am I making any sense? I'm just going to keep cutting. Now, I'm not going to lie, my current rewatch of X-Files may be influencing how this puppet turns out. I'm currently on season 4, and so my mind is just full of like alien creatures and unexplained phenomena. So this is like subliminal puppet making, I think. Once all of the yellow fleece is sewn up, I'm going to trim it, I'm going to turn it inside out, and I'm going to put in the foam hands. Then we're going to glue the yellow fleece onto the puppet's head, and I'm going to trim it, pin it in place, and hand sew the seams there. And at this point, I'm sure you're thinking this looks like a very standard puppet. Nothing too outer space themed, nothing untoward, but let's doll joint those arms onto the puppet's body. We're going to have our happy dance, our colourful reveal, and then we are going to see where things go from there. Let's trust the puppet makers, shall we? Let's roll for our eyes. We have a 6 for odd eyes. Now, odd eyes can mean a lot of different things. It can mean completely different types of eyes, so a cabochon and a dot. It can mean different quantities, different sizes. Today we wanted to mix quantities and sizes, so we're going to have an odd number of eyes, and then we're also going to have 2 large, 1 small. We wanted these plastic dome eyes so that we could spray them blue and start incorporating blue into the colour scheme, and they also work great for alien creatures. Whilst the paint dries, we're going to roll for our features. We have 3, 7, 16 and 18, which is going to be for horns, eyebrows, mini-me and prop. Now this is where I lose my mind. Actually, we're gonna roll it back a little bit. So we had to flock these stems that we wanted the plastic painted eyes to sit on above the puppet's head, because we wanted them to look really, really different and have them at slightly different positions and heights on the puppet's head as well, to really accentuate the differences and really make this look like an alien puppet. So we flocked them in this kind of electric blue colour. It's quite a lengthy process, but we thought it would be really fun. And of course, they need to dry. So we're going to leave those to dry. And we thought, you know what? why have a mini-me that is like very standard and a finger puppet or a pet gerbil or something handheld? This is an alien, this is a creature from space, so why not have the mini-me be an alien parasitic creature that is growing out of the main puppet? So it's sort of like a second puppet. It's going to be able to be operated. It's going to have a moving mouth, but it is going to be bursting out of the puppet's stomach. Can you see I've been watching too much 90s sci-fi? And it was also at this point that we started to kick ourselves because we were making much more work for ourselves than was necessary. So we actually changed the entry of the puppet from the standard bottom entry to the back entry, and we added some dress boning to make sure that that hole would stay open so that the bottom entry of the puppet could be solely for this parasitic gerbil that we created. No one asked for this, nobody wanted this, but we just went full force. So we added a bright blue tongue to the parasitic gerbil, and we have it in this bright neon fur with dot eyes. We're just going to sew the sides of the gerbil in place so that it doesn't fall out when you're operating the main puppet. And I just start losing it a little bit during the build, because I think at this point I started to realise how crazy what we were doing was. But parasitic gerbils aside for a moment, once the flock has dried on the eye stalks, we're going to glue the painted eyes into the slots. We 3D printed these so that the plastic eyes would fit into them perfectly and we could glue them in place. Screw those onto the puppet's head, again in kind of different directions, so that we've got these odd sized and odd quantitied eyes. I'm then going to add some of the cut pupil packs that we create, again in different sizes, so we have small on the side and then the main eye in the middle has this really big pupil. Then we're going to add a little custom puppet wig in the same green fur as the parasitic gerbil. Then for the pair of horns, again, we decided why screw on a normal pair of horns when we could have it kind of like oozing this bright green alien goo. There's so many different textures and techniques incorporated into this puppet. I just thought this would be really fun and another kind of space-themed step. We wanted this to look really detailed and finished, so here are these oozing, dripping alien goo horns, because why not? Randomized dice chaotic puppet making should be fun, no? So we added these dripping horns onto the gerbil, we added all of that back onto the puppet, and then finally, for the prop, because of course this puppet needed a prop as well, we have a full colour laminated UFO operation license. It's like a driving license, but for this absolutely unhinged, dice created alien puppet with its parasitic stomach gerbil. If you ever wanted to show someone what Roll for Puppet was, this would be the episode to show them, because this makes no sense. It is a puppet I would never make and should never make ever again, but here we have it. This is what the dice told me to do. I was obviously tired, and here is our finished puppet. Let me know what you think. Name suggestions and detailed backstories for both of the puppets down in the comments, please. And we will see you next week for a brand new episode. If you enjoy this content, thank you, I guess, for making it this far. And you can head over to our Patreon community if you would like to support the show. You get these episodes early and ad-free, plus lots of other perks. So please head over there and we'll see you very soon. I'm sorry for what you just watched. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. And today we have episode 14 of season 4. Thank you everyone for your comments on last week's chaotic episode. Let's hope for a calmer result from the dice today. Let's get started by rolling for our head shape, and we have a 4, which is going to be for the giant head shape. I don't think that's been shown in season 4 so far, but now we need to roll for our personality with the chaos dice, and we have, for the first time, a fairy tale creature. Finally, we landed on fairy tale, so let's get started by, of course, cutting out our reticulated foam pattern. I'm already feeling calmer vibes from this week's selections so far. Let's hope it continues. We're going to cut that out on the wise and powerful and holy bandsaw, all hail the bandsaw. And then we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our delicious but forbidden honey sandwich. And then once all of that glue is dry to the touch, we're going to press it together to form the shape. And the giant head shape is just so fun. It's definitely one of my favourites. I feel like it can be so many different things. We've used it as a human head shape before. We've used it as a creature from the lore from my book. We've used it as just so many different things. And it's got a really nice big underbite. And so for today, with this really fun kind of versatile creature head shape, we decided that we would go down a fairy tale mystical dragon route. You'll see more as we go through it, but here is our foam selection, and now of course we need to roll for our colours. First of all, for the amount of colours, and we have, those two colours are 3 and a 7, and that is going to be for green and blue. So as the base of this puppet, we definitely want to lean into the green. That's going to help with the dragony, reptile-y kind of colour. But before we lay any fabric down, we wanted to add some EVA foam sculpted definition. So this is something we used to do with mythical puppets in season 2, and anytime we had a dragon creature, then it would have this like ribbed stomach, and it would have some carved foam detailing on its head as well. Just a nice extra dimension and texture. So we're going to carve some definition into the strips of EVA, and then with a heat gun we're going to seal them and kind of smooth down the texture. And then we're also going to curve the foam so that it fits the curvature of the puppet's belly, so it's not just flat on the back, and it will sit much nicer when we add it to the reticulated foam of the body. So we're just marking out the positioning for that, and then we're going to cover it in this dark midnight blue fleece, which I feel like is going to go really nicely with the green. And then we're just going to attach that into the hole that we created in the puppet's belly, and then do the same thing with the texture on the top of the head. So just a few nice pops of blue sticking out from the mainly green skin of this dragon puppet. So I'm going to get started by cutting out that green fabric, the fleece. So that's going to be on the body of the puppet, the arms, the hands, and most of the head. Once all of that's cut out, of course, we're going to sew it all together on the sewing machine. But then we're going to glue and pin and trim the fabric on the puppet's face where it needs to be hand sewn. So for this puppet, at this point, this colour scheme and personality combination, we're thinking like guarding a fairy tale kingdom, like outside of a castle, that sort of character. Which is why we've gone for the extra definition and the extra detailing on the puppet's body. We wanted them to look really detailed as a fairy tale dragon. So we're just starting to add those things together. We're going to sew together the belly and the foam carving just to make sure that it all blends and looks one piece. And then I'm going to hand sew the seams on the puppet's face. And I don't even want to think about how many puppets' faces you've watched me sew over the years, especially if you've been here since like season 1. Plus all of the build your own puppets, like it has been several hundred just faces. So anyway, I'm just making sure that the seams on the head definition are blended nicely with the green fleece as well. Then we're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body. We're going to have a happy dance and a full colourful reveal. So here is our fairy tale dragon guard so far, and now we need to roll for our eyes. So we have 2 for dot eyes. Nice and simple, definitely nothing crazy. I feel like we could have used a little bit more chaos and whimsy with this personality choice, but maybe the dice are trying to make up for last week's abundance of chaos and whimsy. So I'm just finding the right positioning and adding those big, bold dot eyes in. We have a blue fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and now we're going to roll for our features. So we have 8, 10, 12, and 13, which is going to be nose, wings, spots, and eye bags. Is that the first eye bags we've had in season 4? We need someone to have like a tally. In season 1 of Roll for Puppet, we did have someone with a spreadsheet, and they would let us know like how many of each thing that we'd rolled. That is such amazing dedication. So we wanted to bring the blue in a couple different colours for the eye bags and the spots. So we have these nice bold eye bags in the same colour as the tongue, and then we have these dark blue spots that I'm going to hand sew in the same colour as the ribbed detailing. Just going to hand sew them and blend them nicely, and then for the nose, instead of adding a nose on, we're going to go with nostrils. I feel like that would work better with the dragon personality, so we're just going to mark them out, cut them in, we're going to glue them in place and then add some shading so they're nice, dark, defined, flared dragon nostrils. And then for the final feature, which of course is wings, we decided to go for something a little bit different than kind of the standard dress-up wings or the fleece wings. So we actually have these, I'm not sure what material they are, it just said faux feathers when I purchased them. I don't know if it's silk or plastic, I'm not quite sure. But we have these really fun fake black shiny feathers, and we're just going to cut them into a really small pair. Like, comically small pair of wings for the fact that this is the giant head shape. So we didn't want the wings to be big, we wanted them to be like, they're still growing in. And then for a really fun prop as an extra, we decided to give them a mythical map of the kingdom that they are meant to be protecting. Just a really fun mythical prop, and they're stood at the gates, they're not letting anyone in, they're fire breathing, look at their abs, nobody is crossing the threshold of this castle, and this is the finished puppet. So I feel like the dice gave us a slightly easier time this week. They maybe felt bad for us after what we went through last week with the alien puppet, but the colours on this one are really fun, the features are really fun. I loved the eye bags and the nostrils and the extra foam definition that we got to carve into the puppet. Just a really fun fairy tale dragon. So thank you so much for watching. As always, please leave your name suggestions and detailed backstories down in the comments. I can't wait to read them. I really hope you enjoyed this week's episode, and we will see you next week for episode 15. Can you believe it? It's going to be special, you don't want to miss it, and if you would like to support our content, you can head over to our community on Patreon. And for less than the price of a coffee per month, you get these episodes early and ad-free, plus lots of other perks. We will see you very soon. So, welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. We have episode 15 of season 4 today, which is crazy that we are already that far along. We have some very exciting plans for the continuation of this series, so hope you're enjoying it, and let's get started by rolling for our head shape. First of all, and we have a 19 for the Wardle head shape, which I believe was our last unrevealed head shape of the brand new head shapes from season 4. So now let's roll for our personality with our chaos dice, and we have Sleepy. So we're going to have a tired little guy today. And I'm very excited to show you the Wardle head shape because it is probably the most technically challenging head shape that we've just released with the new head shapes for season 4. You'll see in a minute, but it definitely requires some specialist techniques. But we're going to get started by cutting out the reticulated foam pattern on the wise and powerful bandsaw. All hail the bandsaw. And then glue all of that together with our contact adhesive for our delicious yet forbidden honey sandwich. Once all of that glue is dry, we're going to press it all together to form the shape. And then we have our special Wardle mouth plate melting template. I don't know how to describe this, but the Wardle mouth plate requires it to be bent in a certain way that we can't get it to print, so we print them flat and then we bend them using this block that we also printed to get this really fun curved and upturned expression that you just wouldn't be able to get with a flat mouth plate. You'll see why in a minute. We had our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the black fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches into the puppet's head, and here we have the Wardle head shape for the very first time. It's giving duck, it's giving dolphin. Now let's roll for our colours first of all for the amount, and we have 1 for a monochrome puppet, and that colour is 10, which is going to be for orange. Monochrome puppets are always so much fun. They're just really creatively challenging, and I feel like the look, the finished look of a monochrome puppet can be really impactful. That made it sound so ridiculous because making puppets on this show is not impactful, but you know what I mean. The end result can look striking. That's what I meant to say. So we're going to get started with this bright, almost fluorescent orange fleece as the main skin of the puppet. Whilst you watch all of that be sewn up, you know what's going on at this point. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the wardle head shape. So it is just such a fun design. We wanted to do something really, really different with the head shapes for season 4, as we already have so many head shapes that are just very simple and straightforward and really versatile. The wardle head shape is really unique and a lot more complex than the head shapes from the previous seasons. So let me know what you think, and let me know what kind of creatures you think the wardle head shape would be great for creating. Definitely a lot of animal head shapes are coming to mind. Like I said, a duck, or a dolphin, or lots of creatures like that. I just love the upturned mouth plate and the big chunky cheeks. Like, it's really fun. So I'm hand sewing the seams on the puppet's head. We're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body once everything is sewn up. And then, of course, we're going to be ready for our happy dance and our colourful reveal. But it's not much of a colourful reveal because it's just orange. But hey, the dice wanted a monochrome puppet, so who are we to argue? We're no one. We're certainly not doing anything impactful. And here is our bright orange wardle puppet so far. What a cool head shape. And now let's put some eyes on it. First of all, we're going to roll, and we have 4 for painted eyes. I wonder what colour we're going to paint the eyes. We didn't want to go with the same sort of bright orange colour as the body, and we also didn't want to go too dark, because too dark on the eyes can sometimes look overpowering when we paint them. And I know a lot of people have been scared of the heavily painted eyes in the past, so we've gone with this pale, kind of blushy orange colour. A really, really watered down orange with some pearlescent white, and then we have these really nice dark orange irises, which we're going to glue in place and then find the right positioning on the puppet's head. And then, of course, this is a sleepy, eepy little guy, so we need to give him some low eyelids, again in quite a nice pale peachy orange fleece. But very heavy eyelids, very sleepy. He needs a nap. You know how much I love making sleepy little puppets, so this one was really fun. We also have a dark kind of burnt orange fleece for the tongue of the puppet, which we're going to glue in the mouth. How fun is that upturned mouth plate? Oh my god. Do a quick little chomp test. We're all good to go, and now we're going to roll for our features. We have 2, 5, 7, and 9, which is going to be for ears, hair, eyebrows, and clothing. Which pretty much solidifies this guy as a little human, because ears, hair, and eyebrows and clothing on a sleepy little character is definitely giving me like tired, overworked human. So that's what we're going to lean into, and don't worry, I regret all of my decisions in a minute. Like every decision in my life that has led me to this point, I deeply regret. So we made a bright little orange wig that fit the puppet's head, and then we had some darker orange fur that we used for bushy eyebrows to kind of deepen up the lids and make them look even heavier, and then we are sewing up these little fleecy humanoid ears on the sewing machine, sewing in some definition, and then I'm going to pin them onto the puppet's head and hand sew them in place. These little fleecy human puppet ears are always really, really cute, and they instantly kind of bring a puppet to life. Ears and nose, I feel like, are 2 of those features that kind of just show you who a puppet is going to be as soon as they're in place. And this definitely did. This puppet started giving me like uncanny valley vibes and creeping me out. And it was almost like we had somehow trapped a soul into this puppet. I don't know how we did it, but he was looking a little bit too human at me. So for a little extra, we decided to give them a 3D printed cozy little cocoa mug as a prop. And we were spraying it up bright orange on the outside and then kind of like a pale warm brown on the inside for like these little toasted marshmallows. And then for the clothing, we gave him a little striped cute cotton top. It kind of looked like PJs, and we thought it would look really nice and cozy for this character. A very cuddly, very sleepy character. Now, he doesn't actually have his cocoa cup in the reveal here because it was still drying, but just know he has a little warm cup of cocoa as a prop. And here we have our finished EP puppet, our very first wardle. Let me know what you think of the new head shape and of this build in general. I really hope you enjoyed it. Give us, as always, name suggestions and detailed backstories down in the comments. Why does he have a soul? Jokes aside, I really enjoyed building this puppet. The fabric colours are so fun, and it was really nice bringing the Wardle to life first time for you guys, so I really hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to subscribe if you would like brand new episodes of Roll for Puppet every single week, as well as build your own puppet videos in between, tutorials, all sorts of fun stuff. And we will see you very soon. This little guy needs to go have a nap. And don't forget, if you would like these episodes early and ad-free, as well as supporting the show so we can keep making content like this, you can head over to our community on Patreon. And there's lots of fun perks over there, discount codes to our website, access to a Discord server, you can vote in polls, and you get all of our content early and ad-free. So we will see you very soon. Head over to support the show if you'd like to, and bye! He will be in your dreams. He will haunt you. He's real. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. Today we have episode 16 of season 4, which is crazy. And we've had some really good episodes recently, so I am very curious and excited to show you what the dice are going to get us to create today. So let's get started, of course, by rolling for our head shape. First off, if you're not yet subscribed, don't forget to hit subscribe. You don't want to miss the chaos, and it helps us out a lot as well. So please do that right now. And let's roll for our head shape. We have a 12 for the Wilson head shape. So that's one of the newer head shapes that we developed for season 4. So that's really exciting. Now for our personality roll with our chaos dice. And we have retro, which is a really fun prompt. And we have rolled it a couple times. Or we've rolled it definitely once in season 4. But we've also had it as some of the build your own personalities. And each time we do, it's more of like a humanoid kind of character with retro accessories and clothing and props, and just definitely leaning more into like a person. Whereas with this episode, and you'll certainly see why in a minute, we decided to go for a completely different vibe. So just for now, let's get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. All hail the bandsaw, and then of course we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our delicious yet forbidden honey sandwich. And just look at how delicious and forbidden it looks when you have to decant it. Once all of that glue is dry, of course we're going to press it together to form the shape. And the Wilson head shape is definitely really fun. It can be a lot of different things. It would have lent itself really well to a humanoid character, but we just wanted to do something very different because we've done a lot of humanoid retro characters and a lot of humanoid characters recently as well with clothing, and we just wanted to do something very different. So we have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches. Now, I do have a very special viewer watching called Berry who would like the forbidden ice cream sandwich catchphrase turned into a t-shirt. So if you're watching this, we hear you, and it is a great idea, and we will definitely get working on it soon. Once all of that is glued into the puppet's head, we have our foam base, and we're going to be ready to roll for our colours. First of all, for the amount of colours, and we have 1, so a monochrome puppet, and that colour is 11, which is for dealer's choice. So lots of trust from the dice there. Thank you so much, dice gods. And a lot of monochrome recently, which I definitely do not mind. So for our monochrome choice, we decided to go for green because, as I mentioned, we wanted to do something very different. And so we've gone with this very natural kind of subdued swampy green. And I have a little scrap of the more standard bright green that we go for, so I wanted to show the difference between how kind of toned down it looks. But for this retro green puppet, we wanted to go for kind of 80s cheesy horror creature, like a swamp monster. You know the vibe, you kind of get what I'm getting at. So before we lay any of that fabric down, we wanted definitely some definition with this firm EVA foam, so we are carving in some abs, although it's not abs, it's more like gills, I suppose, in this belly patch that we're creating in this EVA foam, and then we're going to add it onto the belly before we add on the green fabric. We just wanted to add extra definition and extra shape to the puppet because definitely with monochrome, we don't ever want the puppet to fall flat and just look, I suppose, basic. We definitely wanted that extra definition, that extra step, so we glued that carved EVA foam stomach in, and now we're going to cut out all of the swampy fabric before, of course, sewing it up on the sewing machine. So in this kind of subdued olive green, we're going to have all of the puppet's fabric, the belly, the arms, the hands, and the head. And then we're going to bring in different shades of green later on in more of the features and of course the eyes. And unfortunately the colour of this fabric isn't really coming across all that well on screen. I feel like it looks like a very standard green, but we really went to quite a length to dye a brand new colour. We added a lot more yellow in. And it looks really unique in person, but then on camera it just kind of looks like a frog green, but I swear it's not. We're going to turn the hands inside out and we're going to add in the posable wire hands with the arm rod pockets, and then we're going to glue the fabric down to that detailed carved belly that we made earlier, as well as gluing the fabric to the puppet's mouth plate along the top so I can then pin and trim all of the fabric to make it fit before I hand sew the seams. And as always, we have this beautiful fluffy F3 fleece that we've dyed for this puppet skin so it hides the seams beautifully. We have our doll jointed arms onto the puppet's body, a little happy dance, and now we're going to need to roll for our eyes. We have 6 for odd eyes, which works perfectly with kind of an unhinged, cheesy slapstick monster. So we're going to go with different eye styles, 1 cab and 1 dot, and also different eye sizes. We have a 40mm for the cab and a larger 45mm for the dot eye. This is going to help have a very unique unhinged expression, which I think is always really fun, especially with monster creatures. So I'm going to find the right positioning and focus for them, add them onto the puppet's head, and then mark out where we want these very downturned, grumpy, comical eyelids in a darker forest green fleece. Glue those in place, screw the eyes back onto the puppet's head, and we're going to be ready for our features roll. So we have 2, 3, 5, and 10, which is going to be for ears, horn, hairs, and wings. I used the plural on the wrong words there. I meant horns and hair. So for the ears, of course, we want to go with more of that 80s slasher swamp monster vibe rather than kind of human ears or fluffy ears or monster ears or anything. So we've gone with this very webbed effect, and we're going to do a similar thing with the wings later as well. So we have a contrasting green colour fleece that we're going to sew up the ears and the wings out of. And then I'm going to cut them, turn them inside out. We're going to sew some definition lines down the ears as well so we can add some shading later. And then I'm going to hand sew those onto the puppet's head. And this just immediately starts making it look like a swamp monster, and I think it's so fun. It's definitely very different than any of the retro designs that we've made before. And I think the colours are beautiful. I'm just having a great time bringing this creature to life. I saw a picture on Pinterest this week of Gillian Anderson in the 90s, and she was like, it was obviously promotional material for something, and she was being like captured by this swamp monster, and I think that's just been playing in my head ever since I saw it, which is why I brought this puppet to life. Anyway, we're going to have some airbrush definition on the lines in the puppet's stomach, the ears, and just basically anywhere where we wanted to add some extra shading, some shadows, and some depth of colour to really bring that green to life. We don't want any flat colours on these monochrome puppets. For the hair, we've gone with, again, another shade of green fur, which we're going to make into a little custom puppet wig. These always look so cute. We're going to hand sew that in place on the puppet's head, and then we have a green fleecy puppet tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. We're going to glue that in place. All of these greens are just working together so beautifully. Now, for the wings, we wanted to make a little custom set of, again, this very like webbed effect wing. It is difficult to bring fleece to life to look animalistic or to look wet or anything like that because we are just working with like limited materials. But we wanted it to look very draped and very swampy. You know what I'm trying to say. These are very difficult to narrate. Once those are sewn up, again, sew in some lines of definition, and then I'm going to hand sew those to the underside of the puppet's arm. And then, as a special little prop and an homage to my Pinterest surfing for the week, they have a little Barbie doll. And here we have our finished Wilson retro swamp monster for this week. So thank you, Dice, for trusting us with a little bit of dealer's choice. I hope we did this prompt proud, and I really hope you enjoyed getting to watch this whole entire build. If you made it this far, please do leave. What emoji should we leave? There's no swamp monster emoji. And alas, there is also no Gillian Anderson emoji, so we're just gonna have to all muddle through with a green heart. Leave some green hearts in the comments if you enjoyed this video. And of course, don't forget to subscribe because there is brand new episodes of Roll for Puppet every single Friday, as well as build your own puppet episodes going up on the weekend. Thank you for watching. And if you enjoy this content and you would like to support it, don't forget you can head over to our Patreon community. For less than the price of a coffee per month, you can support our content and you also get lots of fun perks. There's a Discord server, discount codes, there's pins, there's so much. So head over there and we will see you very soon for another episode. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. And today we have just an emotional roller coaster ahead of us. So enjoy, this is going to be episode 17 of season 4. And as always, let's get started by, first of all, rolling for our head shape with a d20. And as we know, the dice always like to throw us for a little bit of a loop. So we have a 12, which is going to be for the Wilson head shape, which is exactly the same head shape as last week. And I always take that as a personal challenge. So moving on to our personality for today with our chaos dice, and we have rolled a human. So very different than last week when we had our retro theme. But I just feel kind of personally attacked by the dice right now. I feel like they are testing us. I feel like they're kind of like, well, we saw how you did last week with the Wilson head shape, and now we're going to throw a curveball and make you do the same head shape again, but try and make you do it so completely differently. Am I reading too much into things? Do the dice even care? We will find out. So we're going to get started by cutting out all of our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw for the Wilson head shape. All hail the bandsaw. And I hope if you're watching this video you are also hailing the bandsaw because we need to keep it going together. We all remember the 2 years of fighting with the previous bandsaw. And then of course we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our delicious yet forbidden honey sandwich. And then wait for all of that delicious but forbidden honey to dry so we can press it all together to form the shape. There's a lot of different parts with this head shape, as we mentioned last week. And I think this is definitely a head shape that will lend itself to a human puppet really well. And then once it's all pressed together, of course, we're going to move on to our mouth plate. We have our S for sexy, which gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and the black fleece, and then it gets glued into the puppet's head. And we're going to be ready for our finished Wilson reveal. At this point, if you're watching the show, you don't even need the reveal. You know what the Wilson head shape looks like. It's clearly a favourite of the dice gods, but today's going to be very, very different than last week. Here we have them so far, and of course, you just wait. We're going to be ready for our colourful choices. First of all, we need to roll for the amount of colours with a d4, and we have 3, and those 3 colours are going to be, well, we have 1 and 2 8s, so that's not going to work. We're going to have to re-roll one of those 8s because the dice did say 3 different colours. We have 9, and that is going to be for red, pink, and purple. So for the main body of the puppet with the human skin, we definitely wanted to go with this kind of like peachy, salmony coloured fleece. It's not quite pulling right on camera. It is a lot more warm and peachy in person, whereas on camera it looks almost like a little bit pale, like a very pastel-y pink, but it is not that. Rest assured, it is a peachy. Why did I say assured so weird then? It was like assured, like a pirate. But once all of that peachy pink fabric is cut out, of course we're going to sew it up on the sewing machine. The sewing machine. We're going to have that for the entire body of the puppet, the arms, the hands, and the head as well, and then we're going to bring in the 2 other colours later on in the features. And you just wait, we're going to have a whale of a time with the features. So once everything is cut out, we're going to sew it all up on the sewing machine, turn it inside out. You know the drill by now. And I thought at some point it would be quite interesting to go through the designing process for one of these puppets, because once we have all of the information from the rolls, I actually design these kind of like, I have these blanks of each of the different puppet shapes, and I basically roughly draw out what I want the character to be once we've rolled for the personality roll, and it might be interesting. Some of you might want to know how that process goes, so just let me know if you do. because it's probably quite an unconventional design process. Of course, it's all controlled by the dice, so I have no choice over any of the decisions, and it's hard to bring that character to life correctly. And a lot of people have also mentioned the possibility of doing a Roll for Puppet sort of live somewhere at a convention where you could get insight into all of the different processes that go into designing one of these. Because as you can imagine, it is quite the challenge. But anyway, once everything is sewn up, glued in place, we're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body, and of course we're going to have our somewhat colourful reveal. Just the peachy base of the puppet at the moment, because the rest of the colours are going to be coming out later in the features. And just look at this happy, smiling, chubby-cheeked human. Now we need to roll for our eyes, of course, and we have a 4, which is going to be for painted eyes. Now, we're going to go for a very toned down, soft lilac purple for the painted eyes. Sometimes when we go with darker eyes, that can work really well for a creature or a monster or an animal, something a little bit darker. But with today's human, I definitely wanted to go with a softer, sweeter character. So the lighter the purple, the better. Once those are dry, we're going to glue in some indigo purple irises. And then I'm going to find the right positioning for those eyes on the puppet's head. Really nice and simple and cartoony, a nice simple expression for this human. So I'm just going to mark out where the best positioning for the eyes are, and I'm going to add in our kind of bolt and washer system. With these bolt and washers, it means that the eyes can be completely removable at any time. So once you attach the eyes, if it's not quite in the right position, they can be moved. Now, moving on to our features, we have double 6, 13 and 16, and that is going to be for double lashes, eye bags, and a mini me. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. For some reason, all of these put together made me think of a sweet, beautiful little old lady with her purple hair. And the mini me is just absolutely one of my favourite things we have ever done. It breaks my heart, but it also inspires me, and I just love it. Throughout this day, I developed an emotional attachment to this puppet that I perhaps have never felt before. And I cannot explain it, I really don't understand, but you will see more as it goes on. So we have this really beautiful lilac light purple wig, and it's so spiky and fluffy and beautiful. Now, for the double lashes and the eye bags, of course we need to mark out where all of that fleece is going to go. So we're going to have top lids for a pair of eyelashes, and then heavy bottom lids as the eye bags to hold the second type of eyelashes. So there's going to be a lot going on for the eyes of this puppet. And we wanted it in this kind of mix between pinky and purple fleece that you'll see in a minute. Then we have a bright red fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. We're going to sew that up, add in some definition, and glue it into the puppet's face. And then moving on to the pinky purple fleece for the eye bags. So we cut out some little strips of the fleece, and we're going to glue them back on themselves so they look like little rolls. They have like a fold where the skin is kind of... well, I suppose it's an eye bag, so you get the point. But we wanted it in this nice purple light fleece. We didn't want them to look too heavy or too scary or too negative in any way. I really wanted to make sure that this portrayal had a lot of positivity with it. We just broke a pencil. So we're going to get started with the eyelashes. So we have double eyelashes, and we wanted those to be 2 different kinds. So we have a nice bold deep strip of foam eyelashes on the top lid, and then we wanted a fluttery, softer, thinner pair of eyelashes for the bottom lid with the eye bags. And this was giving me such vibes of like this sweet little old lady who has always taken such pride in her appearance and always really taken care of herself and loved herself. And it was just such a positive character coming together for me. I just loved her as I was making her. Everything is matching and everything is really well put together, and I just felt like she was a really positive, wonderful lady. Now, as a fun extra and a prop, we actually have this tiny mini-sized set of curlers that we added onto the puppet's head, and then we were going to add strips of that lilac fur, again wrapped around it as though she has her set of rollers in, she's about to go to sleep, someone just burnt themselves. And again, this whole thing was just becoming so endearing to me, and I feel like this is the sweetest lady you will ever meet. So once all of that is in place, moving on to the red, we wanted to give her this nice, fluffy, demure cardigan. And it's in this really nice, bold, bright red colour. We're going to add some jewellery. Now, as a mini-me, I don't know where this idea came from, but I thought it'd be beautiful if she had this framed, signed photograph of herself when she was younger, almost like she was this famous actress or someone just really celebrated, and she has it signed, but she doesn't carry it as like a memory of when she was young and beautiful. She carries it because she's so proud of herself. I don't know why I was getting so emotional making this character, but I definitely think it's one of the most fun mini-me / props that we've ever done. I didn't want to just do like a gerbil or a pet or something like that. I wanted it to be something more personal to her, and she signed it with her name, which is apparently Agnes. And I put it in this little white frame, and I just love this so much. As you can tell, I got very emotionally attached to Agnes and her little prop. I'm just adding a little bit of shading and definition and shadow around the eye bags, around the tongue, anywhere that needed a little bit of extra definition. And then we added this really nice pearl necklace. Because again, I feel like she is someone that really cares about her appearance. This is just me holding her hand because I love her. I think she is one of my favourite characters that I have ever created, and I don't just mean on the show, I mean in puppetry in general. She's just so sweet, and her character just brings me a lot of joy. This voiceover is getting way too cringy and personal. Here is the finished Roll for Puppet episode 17. Definitely not anything I have created before, and so different than last week's character, which was also made from the same head shape. That is just part of the fun of this show. Nothing is ever as you think it's going to be, and nothing is ever straightforward. The dice create some absolutely crazy creations, but today this one was just so sweet for me. So here is Agnes. Thank you for watching. I really hope you enjoyed getting to watch her come together. And I will defend her till the end of the earth, so don't be mean about her in the comments, okay? She is my best friend, and there is that. I'm going to have a hard time letting her go if anyone would like to take her home. I have to make her available for adoption to afford to live, but she is so very sweet. I'm very attached to her, and she can stay here for as long as she likes. So thank you again for watching. Don't forget to leave a comment down below. Don't forget to subscribe if you would like new episodes of Roll for Puppet every single Friday. Or if you can't wait for that, they go up early on Wednesdays, early and ad-free, to our Patreon members if you would like to support this content and support me keeping Agnes on forever full-time as help in the workshop. And of course we will see you next week. Thank you so much for watching and going on this emotional roller coaster with me. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. Thank you so much for coming back to join us for another episode, another character, more chaos. This is episode 18 of season 4. I have just recovered emotionally from Agnes last week, and I promise no tears today. So let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape with a d20, and today we have a 19 for a Wardle. That is our most recent head shape release. It is our newest head shape, I suppose. And now for the personality of this puppet with our chaos dice, we have, and we're rolling dice B today because obviously last week we rolled dice A, but we have a retro puppet. So a retro Wardle. I think that is going to be so much fun. Well, I know because I'm future Stacey, so I know what's happening. But we're going to get started by cutting out all of our reticulated foam pattern. And you may remember, if you've seen the series so far, season 4, you may remember that the Wardle head shape has a really specific and unique mouth plate. It has actually a melted mouth plate. There's the All Hail the Bandsaw pin, by the way. Get your All Hail the Bandsaw pin if you would like this show to continue, please. Let's show our appreciation for the wondrous machine together. We're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our delicious yet forbidden honey sandwich. And you can also get your Forbidden Honey Sandwich collectible puppet pin as well, if you would like the two together, because they are currently 2 for £10 on our website. Head over there if you would like it. We're going to press it together once the glue is dry to form the shape. And as I was saying, the Wardle has this really fun upturned mouth plate, and so many of you said that it would work really well for animal puppets. A lot of people said snake, we also had platypus, we also had dolphin. And so we have the 3D printed mouth plates, but we also have this template that we force it into. We heat it up and we force it into this really fun upturned shape, and it's just such a unique expression. We have our S for sexy in the forbidden honey on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, the black fleece, and that gets glued into the puppet's head. We're going to be ready for our finished Wardle reveal. This is currently a really high contender for like favourite head shapes of all time. We've only made, well, this will be our second that we've made on the show so far, but it is just so fun, so unlike any of the other head shapes. But now, of course, with our retro Wardle, which is a tongue twister, we need our colours. First of all, we're going to roll for the amount of colours with a d4, and we have all 4. So the dice said all the chaos, and those 4 are... Well, we have 2 11s, a 5, and an 8. We need to re-roll one of those 11s because the dice did say 4 colours. We have 6, and that is going to be for yellow, pink, dealer's choice, and brown. A very busy, hectic, chaotic, colourful puppet, but that goes really well with a retro colour scheme. Retro was colourful back when life had colour and everything wasn't just bland. So we're going to get started by making up the wire armatured hands, and then we're going to start with our fabric. So the yellow and the retro and the chubby cheeked beautiful head shape gave me Simpsons vibes, like early Simpsons vibes, like 80s. And also, I've just always wanted to make like a bright yellow Simpsons style puppet. And now is my chance. So we're going to go with bright neon yellow fleece for the main skin of the puppet. And then we're going to bring the other colours out and the dealer's choice later on in all of the features and all of the fixins. But we wanted the skin of the puppet, the base of the puppet, to be in this really fun, bright 80s yellow colour, and I thought it was just such a nice coloured fleece. So we're going to sew it together, cut it out, turn it inside out. You know what we're doing by now. There's probably so many people that could narrate one of these episodes for me. Wait, that would be such a fun idea. Also, this would be the perfect one for my brother to narrate. I've had this idea before where somebody close to me could narrate one of the episodes, and my brother is the biggest Simpsons fan of all time. We actually had a Simpsons podcast together for a little while. It's not running right now, but it should be. It was a lot of fun. Once all of the seams are hand sewn on the puppet's head, all trimmed and fitting nicely, we're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body. We're going to have a little happy dance, and we're going to move on to rolling for our eyes, because that is clearly what this puppet needs next. They look so fun. I love the Wardle head shape, and they definitely are enjoying themselves. They're having a lot of fun. Now, rolling for our eyes, and we have a 3 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for our iris colour with a d20, and we have 5 for moss. So that answers our dealer's choice colour scheme for us. We've gone with green as our dealer's choice because we can bring that in a little bit more to match the eyes. Moss is such a beautiful earthy tone. It doesn't necessarily go perfectly with the bright retro colours that we were hoping, but it will link in, we'll bring the brighter green. I'm just finding the right positioning for those forward-facing cab irises. No puppets were harmed in the making of this video. I swear it does not hurt the puppet. Once those are in place, we are going to move on to rolling for our features. We have 1, 2 9s, and an 18, and that is going to be for teefies, double clothing, and a prop. So that just solidifies the human vibe that we're going for here. But of course, we need a bright neon green fleecy puppet tongue because every puppet needs a tongue, and it goes with our dealer's choice color scheme that matches the irises. And the green and the yellow mixed together with the pink and the brown that we're going to be bringing in is just perfect retro vibes. I decided to give them a little bit of an aesthetic shot here, but it was not appreciated. Moving on to the teefies, we wanted these really kind of cartoony, comical buck style teefies, and so we glued a pair of those into the puppet's mouth. The thing with the Wardle head shape as well is it has a really nice overbite, so there's lots of space to add teefies. Once those are in place, of course, we need double clothing. So this bright pink, well not bright pink, but it's like a bubblegum pink little puppet t-shirt is the perfect mix with the yellow skin tone. It definitely looks like a Simpsons character. For the prop, we decided to go with the most retro prop that we could think of. We designed this and 3D printed it, and now we're going to paint green and pink onto this little handheld game console. They're just like a little comic book kid, and I love them so much. It really does remind me of like a character from Springfield, but a puppet version, and isn't that just so fun? So once all of the little pink and green buttons and screen are hand painted on that little game console, we're going to leave that to dry, and for our final feature, which is another piece of clothing, and it's brown, we decided to give them this tiny little miniature puppet-sized cowboy hat. It is just so cartoony and cute, and you can definitely see this little character in an 80s cartoon. We gave them some brown freckles on either side of their cheeks as well for just cuteness, and here they are. Here is our retro Simpsons-esque cartoon character come to life in puppet form, our finished episode 18 of Roll for Puppet Season 4. Thank you so much for watching. I really, really hope you enjoyed this puppet. This one is so much fun. And no tears were shed this week, so look at me, look at the growth. I'm going to name this puppet Ben after my brother, who is the biggest Simpsons fan of all time, and I think he would really like this puppet. Although I am his uncool younger sister, so maybe he would hate this puppet. But I'm going to call him Ben anyway. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought in the comments down below. And if you did enjoy, please do subscribe. There is new episodes every single week. And if you would like these episodes early and ad-free, you can join our Patreon community for less than the price of a coffee per month. And there's lots of other tiers and lots of other perks as well. So head over there if you'd like to support the show, and we will see you very, very soon. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let the dice design our next creature. This is episode 19, and today this one is going to be for you, Order 2051. Thank you so much for being brave enough to trust us and the dice to make you this puppet. And let's get started with the selections. So first off, as always, we're going to roll for our head shape. We need a d20, and today we have a 4, which is going to be for our giant head shape. Now we need our personality roll with our chaos dice. And the giant head shape can definitely be so many different things. It's a really fun, versatile head shape, and it can look like a creature, like a human, like an animal. But today we have cuteness overload. And I just love something about that it's meant to be this like giant creature, but then it's just going to be really cute and almost like a baby, like a miniature version. I think that's going to be really fun. So let's get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern, of course, on the bandsaw. All hail the trusty bandsaw. What would we do in our life without our bandsaw? I don't even want to think about those dark days. Once all of the foam is cut out for the head and the body, we're going to glue it all together with our delicious yet forbidden honey sandwich. And today I just felt like having an extra long, like an extended director's cut of just all the forbidden honey sandwich. It was looking extra delicious today. But once all of that is spread out and dried, we're going to press it all together to form the shape. Except there's more. I just felt like adding in more. Look at it. The giant head shape is a little bit different as well than most of our head shapes, which are kind of brought together to form one piece, whereas the giant head shape stays in two very distinct pieces separated by the mouth plate. We have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, the black fleece, and then the two parts of the head are glued together. And we're going to be ready for our finished foam reveal. I was early then. Finished foam reveal, there we are. And of course, now we're going to need to roll for our colours. First of all, starting with the amount of colours, D4, and we have 3. And now those 3 colours are going to be 1, 2, and 10, which is going to be for red, black, and orange. So it's giving me very much like fire vibes. I love that colour combination so much, and we have some really beautiful fabrics today. First of all, we're just going to glue together the foam and the wire for the armatures for the hands. I really drew that sentence out, sorry. We have this nice, bright, rich red fleece. We have glossy black fur, and then we have this nice, bright orange fleece as well. So we're going to get started by gluing the fleece onto the puppet's face, and then cutting out all of the rest of the fabric. We're going to have little fleecy hands, black furry body, black furry arms, and then we're going to bring in nice pops of the bright orange for features and things later on. And I just love the look of all of these colours together, the bright red, the glossy dark black. I feel like this is giving like lava colour scheme, like, and it's the giant head shape, so it kind of goes with like the ruined giants from the lore. You know where I'm going. which, don't worry, I'm not going to do an extended supercut of that because the sewing process takes a very long time. But once all of that is sewn up, we're going to, of course, cut it all out, turn it the right side in. One day I'll learn how to say that, and then start assembling the puppet. So we're going to hand sew the seams on the puppet's head. Once everything is pinned and trimmed and just sitting nicely on the foam, we're going to hand sew those seams up, and then I'm going to sew the fleece hands to the fur arms, and then also the hair on the puppet's head, and just blend all of the seams nicely between the fur and the fleece. Then, of course, we're going to doll joint those arms onto the puppet's body. We're going to have a quick little happy dance, and we're going to be ready for our finished colourful reveal. So here they are so far. The giant head shape is so much fun, and I love these colours. Now, of course, we need to roll for our eyes with a D6, and we have 2, which is going to be for dot eyes. If you've been watching this show for any length of time, or the previous iterations of it on TikTok, then you know that I absolutely love dot eyes, especially with certain types of characters and cuteness characters, because the dot eyes are just big, expressive, really simple, and they give quite a cartoony effect to the character. So I'm just going to find the right positioning for those, make all of the right incisions, and then I'm going to screw them onto the puppet's head. Then with this bright orange fleece, it almost looks like, I was going to say What's-Its, but I don't know, I think that's the same as like Cheez-Its in America, maybe? Anyway, What's-It colour fleece, I'm going to line up these eyelids, and then we're going to glue them in place and then screw those back onto the puppet's head. Really nice and bright, really cute. And now for our features roll, we have 1, 5, 16 and 17, which is going to be for Tiffy's, hair, mini-me and tattoo. Now, of course, this puppet is already swimming in hair. It already has a big, nice, fluffy head of hair. So we're going to move on to a fleecy orange puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, of course. Glue that in place. Now with the Tiffys, again, we wanted this to look very cute and very much like a baby giant. So we wanted these big kind of rounded tusks that almost look like they are just breaking through, like the puppet is teething because it's a little baby. So we're just cutting back a little bit of the fleece so that we have a nice flat surface to glue these Tiffys onto. Now the tattoo was definitely a challenge because up until this point we had been going for like a baby character, so this was definitely a young baby giant just growing into its Tiffys, so we didn't want it to be like a harsh or detailed tattoo, so we had it more like a birthmark, and so we had some of the orange fleece peeking through the fur on the belly, like a little baby giant birthmark, and I thought that was so cute. And it also kind of went with like the lava of like this color was like bubbling through the fur. I don't know if that makes sense, but I thought it was very cute. And now for the little mini-me, we have a red, black and orange gerbil friend with Tiffys, a little matching tongue and bright cartoony dot eyes, and I think they are so cute. These two are absolutely thick as thieves. They're so cute, and here is our finished puppet reveal. I apologize for the lighting. We're actually filming this in the front window of our shop, and so the lighting is a little bit changeable. But anyway, here is your finished puppet. Here is this really, really cute red, orange and black giant. And I want to say a massive thank you again for trusting us and the dice to bring this puppet to life. I really hope you enjoyed getting to watch the entire build process. And of course, here is their colourful friend as well with matching features, and they are just little peas in a pod. So thank you so much for everyone for watching this video. Don't forget, as always, to leave name suggestions for this duo down in the comments. I'm sure the new owner would love to read them. And this one was just so much fun. I really love all of the prompts and all of the colours from today. So thank you again. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Don't forget to subscribe. There'll be new episodes every single Friday. And if you cannot wait until Friday, or if you would like to support the show, you can head over to our Patreon. For less than the price of a coffee per month, you get these videos early and ad-free, plus there's lots of other benefits like a Discord server, discount codes, and lots of behind the scenes content. So head over there if you'd like to support the show, and we'll see you very soon. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where I let these dice design our next creature. This is episode 20. I cannot believe we are already 20 episodes into season 4. Thank you so much if you have been watching and enjoying the season, and let's get started with a brand new episode. First of all, by rolling for our head shape, of course. And today we have a 20, which is going to be for the Gilbert head shape. Now, I don't think we have actually shown the Gilbert head shape in season 4 yet, so this should be a nice surprise for anyone that has not seen the previous 3 seasons. Now for our personality with our chaos dice, and we have underground. That is not a personality that we get to explore very often, so cave dwelling and maybe a little bit more creepy and dark. I think it's going to be really fun, mixed with the Gilbert facial expression. So today is going to be a wild ride, and let's get started. First of all, by cutting out the reticulated foam pattern on our trusty, wonderful, wise bandsaw. All hail the bandsaw. And you too can hail the bandsaw from the comfort of your own home with our All Hail the Bandsaw pin, if you would like to just make sure that this continues to grow and we are blessed by the bandsaw for many years to come. But once we have cut it all out, we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our delicious yet forbidden honey sandwich. And then once all of that delicious forbidden honey is dry, we're going to press all of the foam together to form the shape. And what a shape the Gilbert is. And then of course we're going to have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, the black fleece, and then all of that gets glued into the puppet's head. Now, for those of you who have never seen the Gilbert head shape before, if you haven't watched the first 3 seasons of Roll for Puppet, which were all hosted on TikTok, it is very, very unique, very specific, and it can make for such fun creations. Let me know in the comments what you would turn a Gilbert head shape into, but now of course we need to roll for our colours, first of all for the amount of colours, and we have 1 for a monochrome puppet, and that colour is 6 for brown. Now, brown goes perfectly with the underground creature vibe that we're going for, so this time, instead of going for kind of like a colourful monster for the underground puppet, we're actually going to go for more of an animal, so more like a mole that would live underground, or something a little bit more natural. And I think the brown coming through there on the monochrome prompt is really what kind of put us over the edge. If we had had 3 colours and it was purple, green and blue, then we wouldn't have so much been able to lean into a mole type creature. But the monochrome brown and the underground mixed with also the Gilbert head shape is just perfect for this really cute critter vibe that we're going for today. So of course, as always with the monochrome puppets, we definitely want to bring in several different shades and tones of brown and a couple different textures, because if we went with the whole thing just 1 shade of brown, then this puppet would fall really flat and definitely would not look detailed. So we're going to cut out our fabric. First of all, we have this kind of more warm caramel toned fleece, which we're going to use for some of the skin of the puppet, and then we have a different colour brown fur that we're going to use for the back and a little bit on the head and half of the arms. I always love the effect when we do half fleece and half fur arms, and then they're kind of sewn and blended together in the middle. So once we get past all of the machine sewn parts, we're going to move on to the hand sewn seams on the puppet's chin, and also, like I said, the seams between the fur and the fleece on the hands. The Gilbert head shape is just so fun. So anyway, this is the fabric that we've chosen for the fur on this puppet, and it looks so natural and so cuddly and just really delicious. It's a lot cooler in tone than the fleece that we've got, so it's a really nice contrast. And we're going to have that wrapping around the foam body of the puppet and kind of just meeting where the fleece is. We also have this little exaggerated belly button. I think whenever we do a creature and we have fleece on the front of the puppet's body, we always have to add a belly button. Like, you can't stop us. Furry Fingers try not to add a belly button challenge failed. Like, immediately we just failed that one. I think it looks so cute, and especially with the cuddly underground critter vibes that we're going with today. So now we're going to cut a little bit of the fabric away on the belly so that we can expose that really cute fleecy belly button effect. And don't worry, we're going to add some definition and some shading later to really exaggerate that and bring it out, because you know we love a belly button. I'm just going to go and sew all of the seams around the belly as well to blend nicely between the two fabrics. Adding on the fur to the puppet's head as well. We're going to glue that in place and again sew the seams, and then we're going to be ready for our little happy dance. We're going to doll joint the puppet's arms onto the body, and we're going to be ready for our finished colourful reveal. Here is our monochrome underground Gilbert so far, and now we need to roll for our eyes. I just love their grumpy expression, but they're also just so endearing. I think the Gilbert head shape is definitely one of my favourites. So for our eye selection, we have 2 for dot eyes. But you know we had to do something slightly different with this puppet. So because the character is underground and we're going for more of like a mole creature, we definitely wanted to have teeny tiny dots. Potentially, first of all, I was thinking of completely different sizes, so one really big black eye and then maybe like a teeny tiny brown rimmed eye. You'll see in just a second the brown one that I was thinking about, but the asymmetrical quality of that wasn't quite working, so in the end I decided to just go with 2 of the same size dot eyes. But rather than when we have the big cartoon style like 3D printed eyes with the black dots fitted in, I wanted to just purely go with dots. So these are sort of like the dressing ones that I can find the right positioning for. Then I'm going to attach the real ones, and this just turned it into the cutest little teddy bear character I've ever seen. Look at him on this big dramatic sized head. It's just so fun. Now for our features, we have 2, 5, 15 and 20, which is going to be for ears, hair, jewellery and dealer's choice. You know it is a good episode when the dice trust us to bring something to the puppet, so thank you so much for that. First of all, for the ears, I wanted them to be coming out of the side of the puppet's head rather than sticking up. I wanted them to almost be like bat ears and quite dramatic. So we have this pointed style ear, and we're going to sew it up with fleece on the inside, fur on the outside, and then I'm going to pin them in the right place before hand sewing them onto the puppet's head. I love the colour of these 2 fabrics together. And then, this is so fun. So I'm going to pin them in place and I'm going to have them coming out of the side of the puppet's head, and I think they just look really, really cute. And I don't think initially we were going with cute when we started this puppet, but it got there along the way. So for our dealer's choice, we thought they probably need some teethies. Again, we were very mole inspired. And the other fun thing with the Gilbert head shape is you can't see any teeth when the puppet's mouth is closed because of the way that the bottom jaw like hinges out. So the little teeth are a surprise. When you first see the puppet, you wouldn't know that they were there. We're just going to carve some EVA, sort of like buck teeth in the front, glue them in place, and then of course we have a dark, rich brown, fleecy puppet tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. Glue that in place on the bottom jaw, and again that's going to be hidden from view until the puppet starts speaking. I love the Gilbert head shape so much. And then for the jewellery, we definitely wanted it to be something that looks like it could be from an underground cave, something completely natural. So we actually found this reused gem, and it's kind of like amber and it's got a little bit of yellow in there. It's very rich and just beautiful. So I feel like this is something that the character would have found in one of his caves. Just look at that. It goes perfectly with the colour scheme. I love this so much. And then of course the puppet is covered in hair, so that worked really well. And then just for a little bit of detailing and depth, we're going to add some shading around the belly button, around the ears, around the tongue, anywhere we felt that the puppet needed a little bit of extra dimension. And I thought it would be really cute if they had a little bit of shading underneath their eyes. Nothing too extreme or dark, but they're a little cave creature. They live underground. I thought that was cute. Go on, tell me that was cute. Come on. Look at it. Tiny little eye bags on this little mole slash bat creature. Here is the finished underground monochrome Gilbert. Such a specific brief today. I don't know if we lived up to what the dice were hoping for, but I thought this one was really fun and really cuddly as well. Like when we first got all of the prompts, I thought that this one could be quite dark and disturbing and creepy, and I was really excited for that. But it just turned out completely different than we thought, and I love it. So let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. As always, give them a name and a detailed backstory down in the comments. I absolutely cannot wait to read all of your comments, so thank you so much again. And of course, don't forget to subscribe, leave us a like. We will be uploading new episodes of Roll for Puppet every single Friday. Don't forget to pick up your puppet pins because it really, really does help. And if you would like to support the show, you can head on over to our Patreon community. For less than the price of a coffee per month, you get these episodes early and ad-free. You get access to our Discord server. There's discount codes. Lots more, so head over there if you would like to show us some support. It would mean so much, and we will see you next week. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet. This is episode 21 of season 4. Thank you so much everyone for your patience the last couple of weeks. If you are a member of our Patreon, you'll already know what's been happening, but there's been a lot of chaos here. But we're back for another episode, and let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape. So, to start off today with the D20, we have 3, which is going to be for the Bimble head shape. I am already losing track of which head shapes we've shown here on season 4, but the Bimble is such a fun one. Now, let's roll for our personality with our chaos dice, and this Bimble is going to be a cuteness overload. So, those are our prompts, and let's get started. First of all, of course, by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. If you haven't seen the Bimble head shape before, you are in for a treat. It is definitely one of my favourite ones, and it's incredibly versatile as well. It's not one of our head shapes that has sort of like a specific character style in mind. It can be anything. It can be a human, an animal. I think today with the cuteness overload, we are going to do something really fun, but I don't want to ruin it yet. So we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden but delicious honey sandwich. Delicious looking. I haven't tried it. I'm too scared to try it, but it does look delicious. Then we're going to press all of that together once the glue is dry to form the shape. Don't forget to pick up your collectible puppet pins. They are super cute, linked in the description if you would like to hail the bandsaw with us. We have our S for Sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the mouth plate fleece, the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and it all gets glued into the puppet's head. Get ready for the full Bimble reveal. Here they are. They are so cute, and they always just look so happy and smiley, and I love them. Really versatile shape. But now, of course, we need our colour scheme for this puppet. First of all, the amount of colours, and the dice said 4, maximum, chaos. And those 4 colours are going to be 1, 3, and then double 11. So that is going to be for red, green, and then 2 different colours that we choose. So although the dice gave us chaos and maximalism and lots of stress, they said, here, choose 2 of them yourself. So that was kind of nice, I suppose. We are, however, going to obey the dice's commands first, so we're going to give red and green the main colour scheme on the puppet, and then we're going to use our 2 dealer's choice colours for minor colours later on in the features. So I don't know if you saw there, but we did add a cute little belly button with a bead. We glued that in place, and we marked out a place to have a little fleecy belly patch, because you know how much we love to add little bellies and belly buttons when the cuteness overload calls for it. So we're going to have the fleece in the green and the bright red fur on the other half of the puppet, furry body, furry half arms, and furry features later on. Furry features, furry fingers. Okay, I need to calm down. So there we have the little hole cut out of the fur to have the fleecy belly patch coming through. It looks absolutely adorable with the little accentuated belly button. I'm just going to go around and sew the seams between the fur and the fleece so that they're nice and blended. Everything looks smooth. And then we're going to have, like I said, half fleecy arms and half furry arms. I always think this looks so cute, like they're still kind of growing like a little baby creature. So today, especially with the red and green colour scheme as well, I thought it'd be really cute if this was like a fluffy little, like an elf maybe? So a little growing baby elf, or maybe like a little goblin, or just something creaturey and cute. That's the plan. So we're going to cut out all of the fabric, start sewing together on the sewing machine the bits that can be sewn like that, and then we obviously have to do the hand sewn sections like the head and the arm rod pockets and things like that. Now, if you've been around a while and you've watched, I don't know, potentially what would be 200 episodes of us making puppets by now, then you would know all the different processes, the parts that are hand sewn. So I shouldn't always have to explain it, but then I feel bad in case I don't explain it. So I'm sorry if you've heard this exact description hundreds of times. But thank you for sticking around. So I'm going to sew up the seams on the puppet's head, nice and blended. Those disappear perfectly with this F3 fleece. We're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body. We're going to have a little happy dance and our colourful reveal so far. Look how happy and adorable they look so far. Definite cuteness overload, definite elf vibes. Now we need to roll for our eyes, and we have 6, which is going to be for odd eyes. So with this head shape, forward-facing eyes are definitely best, and with cuteness overload, bright, cartoony, baby little elf, dot eyes work really well, but we wanted to have a really stark difference between the eyes to make them odd, so we have just this comically oversized pupil. Like, one of their eyes is just absolutely dilated completely, like they are in a sugar high. I thought this was really cute. I think that odd eyes can be really fun and really effective sometimes. So we're gonna, I mean, just look at that expression. So I'm gonna find the right positioning for those eyes. I'm gonna do a little bit of surgery. Don't worry, it does not hurt the puppet, and then screw those eyes onto the puppet's head before we roll for our features. And we have double 2s, 13 and 18, and that is going to be for double ears, eye bags, and a prop, which is so interesting. And sometimes I wonder if the dice, I almost judged the dice then. I shouldn't have said that. They do know what they're doing. They always know what they're doing, and we trust them. So we wanted to do something really different for the eye bags this time. Instead of attaching them to the eyes, we actually wanted to attach them to the fabric on the puppet's head and lay them more flat so we could have more accentuated eye bags, and we have them in yellow, which is going to be one of our dealer's choice colours. We're going to sew those in place. Eye bags with like a cuteness overload baby elf was a really difficult pull, but we're trusting the dice today. We have a purple fleecy puppet tongue, which we're going to sew up because every puppet needs a tongue, and of course we're going to glue that into the puppet's mouth. Do not take a shot every time I say puppet, because I can't condone that. And then, of course, we did roll double ears, so we're going to have a fleecy pair and a furry pair. We want a big, floppy, red furry pair of ears, which I thought would look really cute, really soft, absolutely lovely texture, and it brings the texture from the body up onto the head nicely. Pin that in place, find the right positioning, and then, of course, I'm going to hand sew it to the puppet's head. Look how cute these floppy, fluffy, really intense, almost like clown ears look. Definitely nothing like a puppet we've ever created before, and isn't that what we're all here for? For the second pair of ears, we're going to bring in the green fleece again, so we want these little pointed, kind of like pixie ears to bring in like the elven personality that we're going for. Cut them out of the green fleece, sew them up, sew in some little definition lines like little earlobes. So cute. Isn't puppet making fun? Hand sew those onto the head, and then we're going to go around and add lots and lots of delicious definition. You already know I love to add shading, shadows, definition, a little extra colour, so we're going to add them under the eye bags, we're going to add them around the earlobes, on the tongue, and especially around the tiny little belly button. I think this definitely always helps a puppet pop, whether we use the airbrush or whether we use shading pens or chalk, anything, just a little extra definition. Now for the prop, because this is a little green elf, we decided to give them a green sock. Because Master gives little elf a sock. Is that not adorable? That's the cutest little prop. It goes perfectly with the colour scheme. I love this fluffy, adorable little elf that we've created. So thank you to the dice for trusting us, for giving us sometimes potentially dubious prompts, but the dice are always challenging us. Thank you to everyone who has watched this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget, as always, to leave a comment down below with your name that you would choose for this creature and an unnecessarily detailed backstory. We would love to read them, and yeah, just thank you so much. I hope you really enjoyed this video. Don't forget to join us next week for a brand new episode. If you would like these episodes early and ad-free and you would like to support the show, then you can head over to our Patreon. Your support would mean so much, for less than the price of a coffee per month. Plus, there's lots of fun perks over there as well. And I want to thank everyone again for your patience. It's been really hard to upload these last couple of weeks, but we are back. We are so back, baby. I will see you next week. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, and this is Season 4, Episode 22, and this one is for you, Order 2125. Thank you so much for trusting us and the chaos of the dice to bring your puppet to life today. This is going to be a very exciting episode. Let's get started, as always, by rolling a d20 for our head shape, and we have a 7, which is going to be for the spirit head shape, a very underused head shape in my opinion. And now we're going to have our chaos dice roll for our personality. So this puppet is going to be retro, so that is such a fun prompt. Let's get started building your retro spirit head shape puppet. First of all, as always, we're going to start by cutting out our articulated foam pattern, drawing around it first and then cutting it out on the bandsaw. All hail the bandsaw. You can get your all hail the bandsaw pins from our website, link in the description. Once we've cut all of that out, of course, we're going to glue it together with our contact adhesive for our delicious yet unfortunately forbidden honey sandwich. Once all of that glue is dry, we're going to press it all together to form the shape of the puppet's head. Just look at that. Look how delicious that looks. What a shame that it is terribly toxic. Then we have, of course, our S for sexy on the mouth plate, and we're going to glue that together with the black fleecy mouth plate and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches as little mouth straps, and all of that is going to get glued into the puppet's head. Nice and simple. Of course, we all know what's going on at this point. You've all watched me do this 100 million times. So now let's roll for our color scheme. First of all, we have one color, and that color is going to be number 11, which is dealer's choice. So we have a monochrome puppet today, and the dice are trusting us so early in an episode to have a dealer's choice, and I always feel a little bit honored when the dice are like, yeah, we trust you guys. You have a go. Now, of course, the spirit head shape is very alien-like, and we have a retro theme as well, so we wanted to go for quite a bright, bold colour as the main base of the puppet, and then we're going to bring in, obviously, different shades of that, so we've gone with pink, a bright pink, gaudy, retro alien. I thought that would be so fun. So we have some bright pink fleece, which is going to be, it's like bubblegum pink. It is really fun, really bright, incredibly intense retro pink. And then we have this kind of dusky, fluffy, really wispy textured fur on the body, which is a nice contrast to the bright pink fleece, which is going to be all sewn together for the hands. I'm going to pin it in place and hand sew the seams on the puppet's face. And this is definitely one of the most difficult head shapes to cover with this method, but once you give it like the time that it deserves and you work really hard on the hand sewn seams, they just disappear. They just melt away. Look at that. Like this F3 fleece is brilliant, and I just absolutely love the fact that when you give it the time, like the seams just blur away and you can hardly see all of those lines that I had to put into the pattern on the head. But once all of that is done, we're going to doll joint the arms onto the puppet's body, we're going to have a little happy dance, and we're going to move on to rolling for our eyes. Look at this colour scheme! I absolutely love the mix of pinks that we have so far. So first of all, we're going to roll for our eye. We have a d6, and that is number 3, which means we're going to have cabochon eyes. So we need to roll for our cabochon iris, and we have 16, which is galaxy. And sometimes things like this happen and I'm just like, what is the universe doing? The dice are so brilliant. So not only did they give us the very early trust of a dealer's choice, but then they have the Galaxy Cabochon Iris, which was the perfect choice for this little bright, cute alien puppet. Like Galaxy irises with they could have been anything. So once I found the right positioning for those, we're going to screw those onto the puppet's head, and then we're going to roll 4 d20s for our features roll, and we have 4, 11, 12, and 13, which is going to be for airbrush, nails, spots, and eye bags. When I put eye bags on the roll sheets, I did not expect them to be used this much. I thought they would be a really rare feature, but I feel like we've rolled eye bags a lot. So I've gone with an even darker hot pink fleece, and I'm just drawing out where I would like them to be on the puppet's eyes, gluing them in place. We of course have a fleecy pink puppet tongue in the same dark pink fleece, because every puppet needs a tongue. Glue that in place, and then we move on to the rest of the features. So eye bags on this puppet, and then for the nails we wanted to do something very, very different because we always kind of just put the 3D printed claw style nails on the ends, and we wanted this to be very different. We wanted to try some new things. Ever since we started, back in season 1 of Roll for Puppet, people have been asking for these style like fake press-on nails for the puppets. We decided to go with it. They were meant to be an incredibly dark pink, but they're kind of pulling red on camera, so let me know what you think. And then we decided to experiment with one of our favourite little added touches that we got to use a couple times in a recent season of Roll for Puppet, which is this coloured hot glue, and I thought it looked really cool, kind of dripping from those eye bags. We'll come back to it in a minute, but for the spots we decided to do something very different again and replicate a technique we used years and years and years ago, long before Roll for Puppet, where we have this alien puppet with these sort of like, well, they're cabochon irises, but without any of the design cast on the back of them, so they're just blank, and they look really nice as like raised clear spots. They look really alien, really cool, but I decided to attach them with the pink hot glue, so they almost look like little glowing spots. There's like this extra kind of burnt colour behind them, and it makes them look even more raised, and it makes them look like they're glowing from behind, like they're see-through because of the glass, but then the hot pink glue is just such a fun, interesting texture. Really alien, really colourful, and something we have never experimented with before, and it just added like an extra shadow and dimension to the spots, and I think it's just never looked more alien. How fun is this puppet? So for the airbrush, our airbrush machine has actually broken, so we had to add all of the shading with pen and markers instead. But we added lots of layered shading underneath the eyes and also on the tongue, and of course we have the shading and the colour behind all of the glowing pink spots, which is just so... I don't know if you can tell that I'm enamored with this puppet. We decided to give them a little retro prop as well. So we found this really fun, bright pink bubble gun. Just a little touch of whimsy and colour, and it's always nice for the puppets to have a thing to hold in the reveal, I feel like. So here we have our finished retro monochrome alien puppet. This is, without a doubt, the exact reason we do this show. This is the kind of puppet that only the dice could create. There's not... I could spend 100 hours at a drawing board and not make this puppet come to life, so I feel like the dice knew exactly what they were doing here. So fun, really unique. We got to try lots of different new styles. We have the really fun glowing coloured dots, we have the false press-on nails, and we have the dripping, gooey, alien slime eye bags. This one was really fun to create, so thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Give this puppet a name and a ridiculously detailed backstory down in the comments. Thank you to everyone on our Patreon for helping support this channel and keep this content going. We really hope you enjoyed this video, and we will see you next week for a brand new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, and this is episode 23 of season 4. And today's episode is going to be a lot of things. I hope you're ready. So let's get started, as always, by rolling a d20 for our head shape for today's character. And we have, badly timed voiceover, we have a 15, which is going to be for our Snoz head shape. The OG puppet, the one that started it all, and now we're going to roll for our personality for that Snoz puppet with our chaos dice, and we have monster eyes. So that's going to be a very fun prompt. Let's get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern. Now, if you've been around for a while, I mean like original Roll for Puppet days on season 1 over on TikTok, then you're very well acquainted with the Snoz head shape. It's the very first one we did. Episode 1, Larry the Snoz. It was, I mean, that was like 3 years ago now, which is insane. And the Snoz head shape is very different than a lot of our other ones. It actually has a foam mouth plate which gets sewn in at the fabric stage, and then the 3D printed mouth plate is added onto the back of it. So it's kind of more like our live hand pattern in that way. You'll see all of that later on, but we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our delicious yet forbidden honey sandwich. And now we're going to roll for our colour scheme. First of all, the amount of colours, which was 2, and those 2 colours are 2 and 11. So we're going to have black and dealer's choice. So that is 2 episodes in a row where the dice are giving us a lot of trust, and so I was incredibly touched by that. Now, with monstery, and we kind of were going for like Halloween colours, so almost like purple and black or green and black. We decided to go with green and black in the end. Nice, bold, monstery colours. So we're going to go with this nice bright green fleece, and then we're going to have some black fur later that we're going to bring in for the body of the puppet and also the features. But we're going to start with the green fleece. So we're going to cut out the head shape pattern and also some little hands in this fleece, and then we're going to sew them together on the sewing machine. There is very little hand sewing on a Snoz pattern just because the nose is done up on the sewing machine. It's easier that way so that you can add the stuffing. Trim the back of the mouth plate, same as we do with like a gerbil puppet, any of the ones that have the foam mouth plates sewn in. Turn that right side out. We have our S for sexy on the 3D printed mouth plate, which gets glued on top of the foam mouth plate, and then the head gets turned right side out, as I said. Then we have the same green fleece for the little fleecy puppet hands, and then this is one of the only bits that are hand sewn on the Snoz puppet, so we're going to sew in the arm rod pockets and then sew the furry black arms onto the little fleecy hands. I hope this is making sense. So much happens in these videos and I'm always worried that the voiceovers aren't quite cutting it, but if you wanted to see more detail, then we actually have an entire Snoz head shape tutorial already available. I will link it down below, and it goes into a little bit more detail. Once the nose is stuffed and the head is completely assembled, and we have that iconic Snoz head shape look, we're going to move on to the black fur. This is really nice, wispy, long, luxe looking black faux fur. Nice and shiny and fluffy and really cute with the monster theme that we're going with. Once the body and the fluffy long arms are cut out, we're going to also sew those up on the sewing machine. And then start assembling the puppet, so adding that onto the foam body that we already have. And as I said, sewing the arms onto the hands. So whilst we're doing all of that, I'm going to talk a little bit about the character that we started to design with all of these roles. So first of all, a Snoz, a long-nosed little creature of sorts, and then the monsterized personality. We definitely wanted to go with like cute monster, helpful monster. We didn't want to go very evil or negative with it, because sometimes it's really fun to make this really like grotesque evil looking creature with big fangs and lots of monstery detail that way, but we wanted this one to be a little bit more of a soft, fluffy, helpful creature monster. So we kind of leaning towards almost like Womble creature, you know what I mean? So just keep that in mind as the episode develops. Now for our eye selection, we've rolled a 6, which means we have odd eyes, and that definitely was a really fun opportunity to do odd number of eyes, especially as we have a monster character today. So rather than like one big, one small, or one cab or one dot, sometimes it's fun to just have 3 eyes, or even more. So we have these 3 bright cartoon style forward facing eyes. I'm just finding the right positioning for them, adding them onto the head, and now we're going to roll for our features. We have 5, 7, 11, and 20, which is going to be for hair, brows, nails, and dealer's choice, again, twice in 2 episodes in a row. So the dice are really on our side, and I feel like they're trusting us a lot, so hopefully we don't let them down. Moving on to a fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then we're going to add a little row of black 3D printed claws onto the puppet's hand. And now this is where we decided to try a few different things creatively. So I don't know if you ever remember shrinking crisp packets in the oven. I don't actually have an oven right now because I just moved, so I shrunk them in the air fryer, which had varying results. I shrunk like 7 crisp packets and 3 worked. it will all make sense in a moment. So the dealer's choice, we're actually going to go with some clothes, and we decided to make this little grass looking waistcoat as our dealer's choice feature. It goes really well with the color scheme, and also it works well with our kind of helpful, cute monster creature Womble-esque character. If you don't know the Wombles, then they were characters that actually helped recycling, and they collected things, they repurposed things, they turned things that other people had thrown away into useful things, and it's just such a lovely character trait, and I wanted to bring that in. So hence the shrunken puppet-sized crisp packets, which I decided would be really cute if it looked like they'd been going around and collecting them, and sort of like it was being like collected and worn on this kind of turf jacket that we made. I thought it was so cute. And then we have this green bottle cap necklace, and then we decided to adorn the rest of the grass vest with little mushrooms and even a tiny little ladybird living on one of the mini puppet-sized crisp packets. Who lets me do this? Like, why? Sometimes when I'm making the character sheets and I have really fun ideas, there's no one to stop me. So this puppet is a trash collecting creature that just scurries around, and I thought that was so cute. We added some of the black fur onto the back of the puppet's eyes to have big, fluffy, hairy eyebrows. We're adding some shading around the bottom of the eyes, on the tongue, anywhere that needs a little bit of extra dimension and colour, and we're going to be ready for our finished Roll for Puppet reveal. First of all, I tried to reveal it in the window, but the lighting was super weird because it was the middle of the day when I was filming this, so I moved to the back of the window display, and here is our finished character, our snoz monster recycling trash gremlin. And you know, this is what the show is about at the end of the day. Sometimes the dice trusts us, and sometimes perhaps they shouldn't. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode and a few different techniques. Who remembers shrinking crisp packets in the oven, or the modern day version is the air fryer, I suppose? Please leave your name suggestions and detailed backstory down in the comments, and if you would like these episodes early and ad-free, head over to our Patreon for less than the price of a coffee per month, and we will see you next week. Thank you for enduring this episode. It was it was a lot. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, and this is Season 4, Episode 24. And this is, of course, the series where we let the dice and all of the chaos that comes along with that design our next puppet. Today's episode is going to be really fun. I cannot wait to show you, so let's get started, as always, by rolling a d20 for our head shape. And we have a 12, which is going to be for the Wilson head shape. Now, for the personality and vibe of our puppet, we have our chaos dice, so we're going to give that a roll. And today's Wilson head-shaped puppet is going to be a sleepy little guy. So if you've never seen the show before, the Wilson head shape is actually one of the new head shapes that we introduced for this season, for Season 4. We like to mix it up and introduce new styles and new creatures all of the time. And actually, probably at episode 25 of Season 4, we're going to mix things up a little bit as well. So expect some cool changes coming soon. First of all, of course, we're going to cut out our reticulated foam head shape, glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our delicious, yet unfortunately forbidden honey sandwich. And don't forget, you can pick up all of our custom collectible enamel pins on our website, link in the description. Once all of that glue is dry, we're going to press it together to form the head shape. And there's lots of different layers to this head shape, so there's like an entirely separate skull section, and then these kind of big puffy added cheeks as well. It's a really fun head shape. Then of course we have our S for sexy on the 3D printed mouth plate, which we're going to attach into the head with our forbidden ice cream sandwiches and the black fleece of the mouth plate. Once all of that is in the head, we're going to be ready for our foam reveal, and you'll see the Wilson head shape in all of its glory. Here it is! Of course, they don't look very sleepy yet, but we need to roll for everything else, starting off by rolling for the amount of colours that this puppet is going to have, and we have 2 colours, and those 2 colours are 3 and 11. which is going to be for green, and once again, dealer's choice. I'm pretty sure we got dealer's choice color last week, so I'm feeling very honoured. Just several weeks in a row, the dice are trusting us, and hopefully we don't let them down. Certainly not this week, because I'm in love with the colour scheme we go for. So with the green, we actually had this really bright kind of hot pink on the top of our dyed fleece pile for this week, and it just looked so beautiful next to this like wispy, mossy green. It's like such a bright, vibrant hot pink, and then the green is more like toned down and curly and textured, and they just looked beautiful together. So I wanted a really nice mix of this pink and green, and then as soon as I put them together, it almost looked like a watermelon colour scheme. And you'll see why that is important. That's some foreshadowing for later. You'll see why that is important. So we're going to go for the fluffy green on the belly of the puppet and half of the arms, and then we're going to have the hot pink on the head and the bottom of the arms, sort of like a half and half, and then also a little belly patch as well, because we're basically going for like a sleepy monster creature. This could have been anything, of course, with the Wilson head shape. It could have been a human, it could have been an animal, but just with the sleepy personality and this really beautiful color scheme, I wanted to go for a monster, and it turns out really fun. I'm excited. So we're going to glue on a pink belly patch underneath the green fur, and then we're going to cut a little hole, and it also has a little belly button bead added underneath the fleece because that just looks really cute. And I love the effect of the half fleece, half fur arms. It always looks like this just fluffy creature. More so than when you do full fluffy arms for some reason. I don't know why. The half and half is just amusing to me. Once those are doll jointed onto the puppet's body, we're going to have our happy dance and our colourful reveal, and we're going to roll for our eyes. And we have a 2, which is going to be for dot eyes. Now, of course, dot eyes can mean lots of things, and we like to mix it up. So instead of going for the big like 3D printed cartoon style eyes, I wanted to go for these really tiny glossy dots, and as soon as I added them on, I realized how difficult I was making my life, because this was meant to be a sleepy puppet and it was incredibly difficult to add on these sleepy lids, but hopefully we made it work. And now we're going to roll for our features. For D20 we have 1, 4, 5 and 12, which is going to be for teeth, airbrush, hair and spots. Now, as I mentioned recently, our airbrush machine is currently broken, so that just means extra shading. So teeth, shading, hair and spots. So first of all, for the hair, we wanted to add more of the wispy, mossy green fur on top of the puppet's head. We're going to just measure it up and then sew a tiny little wig, and the puppet looks so sleepy and so cute with those tiny little eyes. And then we have a green fleecy puppet tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. We're going to hand sew the little wig onto the puppet's head. Moving on to teethies, we wanted them to have carved EVA teethies, just because this puppet doesn't have an overbite or an underbite. Very lucky, I cannot relate. And it would be too difficult to close the mouth if we had the hard 3D printed teethies, so we wanted more of the squishy teethies. And then I'm going to go around and add loads of shading. So first of all, I'm going to add it around the eyes. I just wanted to really deepen those kind of sleepy, closed looking eyes. I want the puppet to look really tired, to kind of have like bags under their eyes. I thought this looked really cute. And just some extra shading and dimension for the fleece as well, adding some extra colour. I did the same thing to the seam inside the puppet's tongue, and then also around the belly button as well, just to help that feature stand out. And to just deepen the pink fleece as well, and I think it goes really well with this colour scheme. Now, speaking of the colour scheme and some spots, I really wanted the spots to look like watermelon seeds. Like this is a sleepy watermelon creature, and then someone said that they thought this was the creature that sleeps inside of watermelons, and you should never, ever, ever wake them up. And I just thought that was such a cute personality for this character. So here we have the finished puppet reveal. This colour scheme is probably, I don't know, this may be a wild statement, but probably my favourite colour scheme of this season so far. I absolutely love the watermelon, and just this sleepy little character with the tiniest little eyelids we've ever made. And the spots were a really fun addition. I just love this puppet so much. So hopefully you enjoyed watching the entire video, and seeing the build process and seeing everything that went into bringing this puppet to life. I really love how in this sunshine as well you can see how glittery the F3 fleece is there. The texture of it just looks absolutely delicious. I really enjoyed this puppet build in general. This was such a fun video. Hopefully you enjoyed it too. Thank you so much for watching. Please leave your name suggestions down in the comments. And if you would like these videos early and ad-free, plus lots of other bonus content, then you can head over to our Patreon. For less than the price of a coffee per month, you can help keep this show going. Your support would honestly mean the world. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and we will see you next week for another episode of Roll for Puppet. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next creature. Today we have episode 25 of season 4. Cannot believe that we're here already, and there's some big changes coming to the show very soon as well. But for today, let's get started as always by rolling for our head shape with a d20, and we have a 10, which is going to be for the Snoop head shape. A really rarely rolled head shape. That was really difficult to say, really rarely rolled. And then of course we need to roll for our personality with our chaos dice. And today that Snoop is going to be a creature from underground. Which again, I think we've only done 1 or 2 times this season, so that's a really fun roll. Clearly the dice have something very, very specific in mind, so let's get started by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. All hail the bandsaw, where would we be without it? We wouldn't be here, I'll tell you that, we wouldn't be making puppets. So we should definitely all praise the bandsaw right now. Now, like right now, I mean it. And once all of that foam is cut out, of course, we're going to glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich. And today it is looking especially delicious, but of course dangerous. And once all of that glue is dry, we're going to press it together to form the shape. And then we have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which gets glued into the puppet's head with the black fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwich. And then all of that comes together and we're going to be ready for our finished foam reveal. So there we are, we have our Snoop. Now there's actually 2 versions of the Snoop. There's one with a grumpy face and one with a happy face. We went with the grumpy face today just because it is a grumpy underground creature. And now we're going to go for our colour scheme. First of all, rolling for the amount of colours, and we have 3. Those 3 colours are 3 and then double 6, so we need to re-roll one of those 6s because the dice asked for 3 different colours, and we have 11. So that is going to be for green, brown, and dealer's choice. Thank you, dice, you're so wise. So we have green, brown, and then our special little colour, which we will show you more in a minute. Green and brown work perfectly for an underground creature. I mean, to be fair, you could make any colour work because there's so much colour underground that we don't even realise, like flora and fauna and crystals and sparkles and gold. What am I talking about? Does anybody watch these with the volume turned down? But green and brown do work perfectly for the kind of creature that we're working on today. So we have green fleece, which we're going to have for a few little bits on the puppet that poke through this fluffy, rich brown fur. So I'm going to cut out that fur for the body of the puppet, for the fluffy arm tubes, and then also we're going to cover half of the face in it and have it sort of falling down over the top of the face. And then the center of the face is going to be the green fleece, and then so are the little hands. Sew that all up on the sewing machine and then turn everything inside out. The colours are beautiful here. I love green and brown as a colour palette so much, especially when a character is meant to be more natural. So then we're going to sew the hands onto the puppet's arms, sew up the arm rod pockets, and then start assembling everything. And of course, we're going to speed that up 1,000 million times because nobody wants to watch that. But whilst we're doing that, I thought I would just give you a quick little update that we have some really exciting changes coming to Roll for Puppet. New head shapes and a lot more chaos coming very soon. The reintroduction of the chaos wheel and potentially a new set. So, you know, keep an eye out for all of that very soon. We of course have our little happy dance, our colourful reveal, and now we need to roll for our eyes. So we have 4, which is going to be for painted eyes. But because this character is underground, we wanted to do something a little bit more exciting than just standard painted eyes. So we stuck with the colour scheme and we sprayed these bauble eyes with a really fine layer of green paint. We didn't want it to go completely opaque because we actually want to add something inside of the eyes, and we're going to need light to be able to pass through that paint. So it is just a really fine, even layer, but you can still see some shapes and colour behind it. Really big and dramatic and colourful, but then we wanted to add in a set of tiny little LED lights. It caused quite a lot of difficulty, but we made it work in the end, and we will show you the finished reveal at the end. Now for our features, of course, and we have 2, 8, 14 and 19, which is going to be for ears, nose, glitter and double up. And here within the features is where we're going to bring in the dealer's choice pink. So of course we have a Felici puppet tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. And we wanted to really lean into that kind of like underground, cutesy, almost like mole-like creature. So we're going to have little pink tongue, little pink nose and little pink ears as well. Just a really cute green and brown mole with light up eyes, because why not? And we decided that the eyes would definitely look better with a tiny little pupil, so I'm just adding on some of the velvet cut sticky back pupils, finding the right positioning for them, and then we're going to move on to our ears. So we decided the double up feature should be the ears. So this creature is going to have 2 pairs. The first is going to be a little pink fleecy ear. We've sewn some definition around the edge of the ear, just creating a little earlobe, and then I'm going to pinch them in place just so that they form that little like cute pinched teddy bear style ear. I'm going to hand sew those in place, and then there's going to be there was some drama within the workshop. Somebody did need to go to A&E, but then for the second set of ears we actually decided that they were going to be more organic looking, and so we wanted them to look like roots underground, so that they're kind of like growing out of this puppet's head, and we're going to expand on that more in a minute with some finishing features and some colour as well. So we have these 3D printed gnarled tree looking things, and we painted them first of all with a dark base, and then we just dry brushed some lighter brown on top of it, waited for it to dry, and then we're going to add them on as the second set of ears. And then I just wanted to adorn this puppet in kind of like crystals and mushrooms to really expand on that kind of like growing underground thing. So they have these really big eyes that helps them see in the caves, and then they're just covered in sparkly rocks and mushrooms and tree roots. I thought that was really beautiful. Goes really well with the colour scheme, and it's just really fun and chaotic to add all of these features onto the top of the puppet. And then a little finishing coat of sparkly glitter spray as the final feature. And then just before the reveal we're going to add a little bit of definition and some extra colour and shading around the ears and the tongue, and anywhere else that needed a little bit more definition. And then of course we're going to be ready for our finished puppet reveal. So here is the green and brown underground Snoop. Sometimes a really simple minimalist creature can look really amazing, and then sometimes you just want to give a puppet absolutely everything. And this was one of those times. So thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget, as always, to leave a comment down below with your detailed backstory and name for this creature. They are available for adoption if you are brave enough to take something like this home. They have these wide, unique, bright green, light-up eyes to help them see underground, and they are just absolutely dripping in mushrooms and crystals and glitter. They are so fun, one of a kind, the kind of puppet that only the dice could create. So I really hope you enjoyed watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe for new episodes every single week, but if you would like them early and ad-free, then you can head over to our Patreon. For less than the price of a coffee per month, you can support this show and get some sneak peeks, early episodes, lots more fun stuff over there. So head over there if you'd like to support the show, and we will see you next week for a brand new episode. Don't forget, new era of Roll for Puppet is coming very soon, and you're not going to want to miss it.